Chapter 261. The so-called cosplay actually didn't have any rigid requirements for the cosplay object. Whether it was cosplaying a character in a manga, anime, game, movie, or even a real-life character, it could all be treated as a cosplay. In this case, the most eye-catching popular person at each time period, and it had to be a very unique kind of popular person, would definitely be the first choice for cosplay. For example, a certain Kyoto leader who was recently popular in Tokyo. And from an objective point of view, Ryuto was really too unique. As everyone knew, Ryuto Kiryu was a Kyoto young master and a Kyoto leader. His identity was very special, and he often appeared on the internet because of various news, becoming the topic of conversation. Secondly, his appearance was also very unique. His low-quality dyed golden hair looked a bit like a Super Saiyan figurine with the paint peeling off. He often wore the Dori First High School uniform and ran around outside. He was also very handsome, and his temperament was very special and perfect. Therefore, the two elements of low-quality dyed golden hair and Dori First High School uniform combined together became the standard template of Ryuto Kiryu cosplay. In fact, when he saw the fatty with a greasy face cosplay him outside, Ryuto had already guessed what kind of scene might appear in a while, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Because the Akihabara cosplay competition was about to be held, this Akihabara New Hall was already bustling with people, and most of them were two-dimensional people wearing cosplay clothes. He didn't know if it was because of the popularity of Ryuto recently, or if it was because the threshold to cosplay as him was relatively low, but as far as the eye could see, all the male cosplayers in the hall were cosplaying as Tongsheng Ryuto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was already impossible to count. Suddenly, Union looked around and shouted in surprise, "Wow, so many Ryuto, and some of them are really good cosplayers. Spare me, is there something wrong with this group of people?" Although Union was very interested in observing the group of Ryuto cosplayers around her, the original host next to her helplessly covered his face, as if he didn't know how to complain. Looking to the left, "It's me." Looking to the right, "It's me." Looking to the front and back, "It's still me." This feeling was really strange, as if someone poked Ryuto's nest, and a lot of fake Ryuto Kiryu fell out from it, drowning him in it. However, thanks to him, Ryuto and Union walking around the hall didn't cause any commotion. After all, everyone thought that Ryuto was also a cosplayer and not the real person. As for Union, on the one hand, she was wearing a long school uniform, and on the other hand, she was wearing a mask that covered half of her face, so she didn't seem so eye-catching. As a result, the two of them were able to enjoy the relaxing atmosphere here, strolling around while holding hands like an ordinary couple. Due to the special identity of Ryuto and Union, even if they went out on a date, they didn't dare to openly hold hands. This time, they unexpectedly got what they wanted. When the two strolled around, there were a lot of audience curiously looking at the two, and even ran over to ask for a photo. "That Ryuto cosplayer is really good. The quality is so high. There's also a delinquent girl next to him. Ha ha ha, what a match. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a delinquent. It's a match made in heaven." Listening to the praises around her, Union's eyes narrowed with a smile. "Hey, they're all praising us for being a good match." She reached out and grabbed Ryuto's arm, and half of her body leaned over, looking like a cute girl in love. "Of course, we're a good match." Just when Ryuto and Union were sweetly sticking together, the loudspeaker in the venue suddenly sounded. "Ahem, everyone, this time's Ryuto Kiryu cosplay competition is about to start. Please move to the Fake as Authentic booth in the center of the hall and enjoy the passionate performances of dozens of cosplayers from all over the country. Oh, it's starting. It's starting. Let's go, let's go." After hearing the announcement from the loudspeaker, the group of cosplayers and audience quickly ran to the center of the hall. It was like they were fighting for food in the cafeteria. "Wait, how come I don't know that this competition is called Ryuto Kiryu Cosplay Competition? I think it's because all the contestants are cosplaying as you, so they changed the name. Anyway, it's more or less the same." Although Ryuto did not know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that so many people were cosplaying as him, Union was obviously very happy about it, because it showed how charming her boyfriend was. Not long after, a long table that looked like a press conference was placed neatly in front of the large booth that was filled with spectators. Behind the table sat 3 people who looked like judges. The 3 judges were an old man wearing an old-fashioned kimono with white hair and a beard. The other one was a middle-aged man in a suit who looked like he had just gotten off work. The last one was a middle-aged woman who was dressed like Lolita, but her face was covered with 30 centimeters of powder. When Ryudo and Union found a place to stand, someone looked at the judges and exclaimed, "Who would have thought that this cosplay competition would be able to invite these 3 judges? It's really scary." "These 3? Who are they?" After hearing this, Ryudo could not help but ask, "You don't even know them?" That person glanced at Long Do with disdain, and then he introduced the 3 legendary figures who were known as the 3 giants of Autumn Leaf Plains. The old man in the kimono was called Otaku Senin. It was said that he had devoted his entire life to the great otaku industry, collecting hundreds of thousands of manga and anime. As he had too many manga at home, he could only live in a paper house under the bridge. The middle-aged man was called Gaming Otaku King. He had been playing all kinds of video games since he was born and devoted his limited life to the infinite gaming world. Later on, he even joined the gaming company, Nintendo, and became the exclusive game tester of Nintendo. Lastly, Aunt Larita was known as the Cosplay Empress. She had more than 30 years of cosplay experience and had cosplayed close to 10,000 ACG characters. Because she cosplayed too many characters, she even developed the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder. There were more than 10 personalities residing in her body, and she was proud of it. Senin, Otaku Senin, and Empress. These 3 were known as the Big 3 in Akihabara due to their extraordinary achievements in various aspects. And this time, the 3 of them were actually the judges of the Ryudo Kiryu cosplay competition. It was no wonder that the surrounding audience was shocked. Just as the competition was about to start, Senin, who was sitting in the middle of the judges, held a pot of wolfberry tea and sighed, "Phew, I hope that this time, I will be able to see some young people with backbone, so that my trip here will not be in vain. Oh ho ho, I'm afraid that will be a little difficult." After all, the cosplay characters this time are different from ordinary people, and not everyone can act with such grandeur. The cosplay empress beside him laughed coldly, and at the same time, she opened the folding fan in her hand and covered half of her face. "It's useless to say more. Let's see who's the real deal. Let's start, we can't wait any longer." Finally, Otaku Senin, who was sitting on the side, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and crossed his fingers in front of his face. The pure white reflection on the lenses revealed a posture of a bad person. Yes, everyone. The first Ryudo Kiryu cosplay competition is about to begin. Let's welcome the first cosplayer. Perhaps because the aura of the Big 3 was too strong, the beautiful host standing on the stage said in a slightly stiff tone, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand and made a please gesture to the side of the passage. Under the spotlight, the first person to walk up the stage from the contestants' passage was the fat guy who talked to Ryudo outside the hall. He walked aggressively to the center of the stage, bowed slightly, and began his performance. According to the rules of this competition, each contestant was required to perform a Ryudo Kiryu famous scene after going on stage, and then a comprehensive score was given based on his performance, costume, and makeup. The famous scene performed by the fat guy was the 3rd act of Extreme Secret Book, Dark City. Ryudo Kiryu Yoshiyuki, which was the scene where Ryudo rushed into the enemy's formation alone and defeated the old thief Sakata. "Old thief, do you dare to fight me to the death? Why yeah. Ha. Humph. Ah." Accompanied by shameful lines and unintelligible shouts, the fat man cosplaying as a dragon started fighting on the stage out of nowhere. He rolled, hit, and kicked on the stage, and it looked very lively, but the fighting movements, it was a bit like the old ladies and grandpas in the street park doing aerobics. The most exaggerated thing was that the person on the stage was performing an awkward performance that made Ryudo's scalp tingle, but the audience was constantly cheering. Good. Hey. Very energetic. Although the body is not quite the same, at least the posture is there. When the fat guy finished a set of Ryudo Hooligan Fist, the three judges also nodded one by one and gave a passable score, which was considered a pass. Seeing the fat guy walk off the stage with his hands raised, Union said excitedly, "Wow, so cosplaying Ryudo is like this? It looks really... Hey, why are you squatting on the ground?" Originally, Union said to Ryudo that it looks really interesting, but when she turned her head, she found that the person next to her was actually squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, with a "who the hell did I offend" expression on his face. "I'm really not that kind of person. I'm really not that kind of person." Seeing the second Ryudo cosplayer walk onto the stage and begin to perform breaking rocks on his chest under the cheers of the audience, Ryudo could only stand under the stage awkwardly. He wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. Chapter 262. Ryudo finally understood. This time, the Tongsheng Dragon Battle cosplay competition was written as Cosplay Competition, which meant Dragon Battle Execution Competition. Looking at the professional cosplayers who dressed exactly like him performing all kinds of extreme talents on stage, Ryudo really wanted to go back to the unrestrained Sky Tower and fight with Iam for 300 rounds. It was better than being publicly executed here. In this short half an hour, the group of Ryudo cosplayers on stage made all kinds of shameful poses while saying a lot of Chinibyu quotes. They also performed a mess of talents one by one. Hooligan fist technique, smashing boulders on chest, golden bell cover iron underpants, steel spear choke, spitting flames from mouth, catching bullets with bare hands, swallowing swords with mouth, and so on. Ryudo didn't know until now that he actually had so many fancy skills in the rumors. Even his original body had the feeling of, what kind of monster is Ryudo Kiryu? But although Ryuto was blushing with shame as he watched, Union next to him was watching with great interest. She jumped up and down from time to time, raised her hand and cheered from time to time, looking like a female fan who came to watch a concert. In this enthusiastic atmosphere, the dozens of professional Ryudo cosplayers who signed up for the competition finished their appearance one by one. The beautiful host walked up the stage again. Logically speaking, the next part should be the judges announcing the final winners, and then all the Ryudo cosplayers would come up together for a group photo. But unfortunately, after the host went up the stage, she just happened to see Ryudo standing in the crowd, looking at the stage with a numb gaze. Isn't there another Ryudo cosplayer? Did I just miss him? No way. Because the host was a newbie, she was especially afraid of making mistakes, especially in front of the Akihabara 3. Forget it. Regardless of whether it was true or not, let him come up and perform first. Therefore, she steeled her heart, raised the microphone and shouted, "Okay, next, let's welcome the last cosplayer of the day with the warmest applause." Ding 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 ding. Under the host's signal, the lighting engineer above also shone the spotlight on Ryudo himself. What the hell? Just as the host looked at him, the spotlight shone on him, and the hundreds of eyes around him looked over. Long Do was completely dumbfounded. What did that guy say? The last Ryudo cosplayer? She couldn't be talking about. Could she be talking about me? After feeling the expectant gazes around him, Ryudo couldn't help but gulp. To be honest, it was already embarrassing for him to stand here and watch his imposter perform acrobatics with Union. For him to perform on stage. When he thought of this, Ryudo couldn't help but want to take out his gun and shoot himself in the head. However, although Ryudo wanted to run away or commit suicide on the spot, Union on the side excitedly pushed his shoulder and laughed. Oh, that's great. Go. Let them see how powerful the real Ryudo is. You really want me to go up? Go on. What's there to be embarrassed about? Before Ryuto could react, Union smiled and pushed him forward in the crowd. She looked like a little fangirl who wanted to see her boyfriend shine on stage. Damn it. Although Ryuto himself didn't want to go on stage and act like a hooligan, since his girlfriend said so, he had to go up. Therefore, under the excited gazes of many people, Ryudo walked stiffly on stage like a robot, as if he was walking to his own guillotine. Torture. It was really torture. Ryudo had experienced countless big scenes. He fought with the world's evilest people face to face, had hundreds of guns pointed at him, was chased by thousands of people in one night, and even challenged a contemporary martial arts master with his bare hands. However, Ryuto would rather go through all the hardships he had experienced before than run to the Ryuto Kiryu cosplay competition to cosplay as himself. It was really embarrassing. This was the most embarrassing scene in history. For Ryuto, it was tantamount to a public execution. When he stood in the middle of the stage, he couldn't help but lower his head and curl his body slightly, looking very embarrassed. God was his witness. This was the first time Ryuto showed such an embarrassed posture, but it was the truth. After all, if people knew that the boss of the Rulon group actually went to Akihabara to cosplay as himself, it would be a social death on the spot. Ryuto would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire underground world. When he thought of this, Ryuto couldn't help but tremble. Of course, no one knew the torture and embarrassment in his heart at this time. In the eyes of the judges and the audience, he was just a coward who had never stood on stage before and was frightened by this big scene. Therefore, the immortal otaku couldn't help but remind him, "Little brother, you seem to be very nervous. Relax a little and just act out your understanding of the character Ryuto Kiryu." I don't know how to act. How about you guys tell me how to act? In helplessness, Ryuto could only smile bitterly and say to the judges, it was easy to act out someone else's character. Act out his own character? How could he act out that? You don't know? Suddenly, the cosplay empress frowned unhappily and sneered. You don't even know how to act out the character of Ryuto Kiryu, then why are you dressed like this? Don't underestimate cosplayers, young man. Indeed, the Otaku King added, cosplay requires a deep understanding of the character's characteristics from the inside out. It's not as simple as dyeing your hair and changing your clothes. You have to bring the character of Ryuto Kiryu to life. Bring the character to life? I've always been alive, okay? How am I supposed to live? After being guided by the Empress and the Otaku King, Ryuto's expression became even more awkward. Obviously, he had never thought that there would be a day when he would be taught how to act as Ryuto Kiryu. Seeing the contestants' incomparably awkward expression, Immortal Otaku took the initiative to suggest, how about this? You can simply act out a scene from Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryuto Kiryu Yoshiyuki. Will that do? Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryuto Kiryu Yoshiyuki was a script created by the Rulon Group's Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryuto Kiryu Yoshiyuki on the day that Ryuto resolved the Sakata Rebellion. It had become the Bible of Ryuto's fans on the internet. In particular, the scene where Ryuto rushed toward the fully armed Sakata army while wearing only a loincloth, dodged the bullets, kicked the bulletproof vest, and easily took the head of the enemy general while being surrounded by thousands of people had even spread to tens of thousands of doujinshi novels and doujinshi videos. It could be said that it was extremely popular. But the problem was that, of course, Ryuto himself had never seen that thing, and he would not watch it. Because, of course, he knew clearly that the extremely exaggerated descriptions in it were complete nonsense. Of course, the current Ryuto could certainly capture the enemy general with thousands of troops, but at that time, he did not have the ability at all. He relied entirely on the help of the cat house's rabbit ball to win the battle. Ryuto didn't have the face to boast that he had killed Sakata with the help of others. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't read the Extreme Secret Book, Dark City, Tong Shang Ryu's Fighting Righteousness record. That would be too thick-skinned. However, at this time, this group of judges asked him to perform a scene from Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryuto Kiryu Yoshiyuki. What am I supposed to perform? How did I sneak into the Sakata mansion, then fight with Sakata, and finally throw him off the second-floor balcony? Seeing that Ryuto was still at a loss, Immortal Otaku could not help but ask, it can't be, right? As the dignified actor of Ryuto Kiryu, you haven't even read Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryuto Kiryu Yoshiyuki? Doesn't this mean that you know nothing about Ryuto Kiryu himself? The cosplay empress criticized without hesitation, you haven't even read that famous book, so you probably don't know much about Ryuto. Then why did you play this role that is not suitable for you? The gaming otaku king next to him also ridiculed. Indeed, judging from your spirit, You are not on the same level as the character you are playing. In the future, you should know your limits and not choose such a difficult cosplay. What the F asterisk CK? Are you kidding me? When the three judges rushed to point at the unqualified Ryudo cosplayer, Ryudo's expression became more and more unhappy. I know nothing about myself? I know nothing about myself? I'm not on the same level as myself? Listen, is this human language? I can't stand it. Who can stand it, you bastard? Is there anyone in this world who knows me better than me? Is it up to you guys to point fingers at me? Therefore, the moment the judges were about to ask Ryudo to get off the stage and stop wasting time on the stage, a strong murderous aura suddenly swept through the entire Akihabara club. Hiss. Humph. Ryudo took a slight breath and squeezed out a simple humph from between his teeth. But as the sound spread out, the judges and audience who heard the humph could not help but shudder. What is this? What is going on? Immortal Otaku slowly raised his right hand, whose fingerprints were worn out from reading too much manga. That hand had been with Immortal Otaku for countless years, and it had never been afraid even when it was secretly touching a woman's butt. But even so, that hand was trembling nonstop. It was as if a trash with a combat power of 5 had personally witnessed the arrival of the universe's emperor, Frisia. Chapter 263. What is this? Who is this person standing on the stage? For a moment, the judges and the audience couldn't help but wonder. Ryudo had experienced so many things. Coupled with the fact that his status was getting higher and higher, his unique aura when he went all out was simply like those ultimate villains in anime. It was enough to make people pee their pants on the spot. Hence, when he was angered to death by the judges and finally couldn't help but unleash his firepower, the atmosphere in the entire venue suddenly changed. Everyone looked at the contestant on the stage in surprise. Even the three judges couldn't help but react in all sorts of exaggerated ways. Immortal Otaku was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. The powder on the cosplay empress's face instantly exploded in all directions. The gaming Otaku King's suit quickly disintegrated, revealing the muscles that had been trained from playing games. Ryudo felt extremely pained by this situation. Humph. I'll show you what the real Ryudo Kiryu is like. You bunch of idiots who are cheering for an imposter. Wait, I can't do that, right? Originally, Ryudo had planned to announce the return of an ultimate boss and shock the anime world for 100 years. However, halfway through his shock, he realized that he couldn't reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would be in danger of being killed. After all, he was an ultimate boss who had come to Akihabara to show off in front of a group of anime veterans. This wasn't something that would make him look good. On the contrary, it would make people think that he was stupid. What should he do? He was so angry that he seemed to have done something irrational and stupid. Just as the judges and the surrounding audience were staring at the stage in shock, Ryudo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the gaming Otaku King, who was sitting on the judging panel, swallowed his saliva and tried his best to ask in a calm tone. This contestant from the aura just now, could you be the real Ryudo Kiryu? This question actually represented the doubts of many people in the venue. As the saying went, the real couldn't be fake, and the fake couldn't be real. The difference between the real deal and the fake deal, especially for an extreme big shot like Long Do, could be easily discerned just by looking at his aura. It was like a big tiger that could devour a person at any time, and a little kitten that pretended to be a big tiger. They could distinguish the real from the fake by instinct. Also, that flash of murderous intent just now really made people feel like they were in an ice cave. This was definitely not something that an ordinary cosplayer could do. It was something that only a man who had truly experienced blood and fire could do. However, before Otaku Wong could finish his sentence, Ryudo shook his head vigorously and said, "No, I'm not." It was impossible for him to admit it. He would never admit it, even if he was beaten to death. If you're not Ryudo Kiryu himself, then you're... I'm just a fan of Ryudo Kiryu, just like the cosplayers here. Forget it. Since I'm going to act, I'll act until the end. After secretly sighing in his heart, in order to save his last bit of face, Ryudo could only pretend to be righteous and continue speaking. Everyone, what you learned from Extreme Secret Booklet, Dark City, Yoshiyuki Records. Is it really Ryudo Kiryu himself? No, it's not like that. Before the others could react, Ryuto shook his head. What kind of person is the real Ryudo Kiryu? He is an open and above-board person, a person who is not afraid of struggle, a true man, a hero who walks in the dark, an underground hero who is not recognized by the world, a dragon who chases after the dark. Let me ask. Speaking of this, Ryudo continued in a heavy tone, how could such a hero in the darkness want others to write such a book to brag about his achievements? This must be a kind of trouble for Ryudo, boss. He doesn't want this to happen. Good. What he said seems to make sense. Hearing this, the audience below the stage couldn't help but nod their heads, and the three judges also began to ponder with a thoughtful expression. It had to be said that when the cosplayer on stage spoke seriously, he gave off the feeling of being Tongshang Ryudo himself. Although that was impossible, he would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. So, our understanding of Ryudo boss shouldn't be superficial. We shouldn't only remember his glorious deeds. We shouldn't blindly imitate his rumored behavior, but we should learn his spirit. Learn the spirit that even if the world doesn't accept me, I will still move forward. Suddenly, Ryudo raised his head slightly, put his hands behind his back, and posed a posture of a master who was pointing at his back, commonly known as a posture used for showing off. However, after hearing his commentary, the judges by the stage, the audience, and the cosplayers backstage seemed to feel the heroic spirit hidden deep under the surface of the water. The corners of their eyes were slightly moist. What a great hero in the darkness. If their understanding of Ryudo before was limited to the exaggerated deeds on the internet. But now, after hearing Ryudo's speech, they gradually understood the spirit of the Rulon Group second-generation leader. They felt the heroic spirit that soared to the sky. Even if the world doesn't accept me, I will still move forward. Handsome, too handsome. This wasn't the empty handsome of those foppish idols, and it wasn't the kind of scumbag handsome that said, "My is very big, bear with it." It was the kind of handsomeness that even if the world didn't accept him, he still had to walk on the streets with his head held high. He still did everything with a clear conscience. Extreme Tao is the darkness of the underground. Since that's the case, I will embrace the darkness. How solemn and stirring. How valiant. And what kind of man was he? For a moment, everyone around the stage was deeply attracted by Long Do's words. They were attracted by the tragic aura of the legendary dark hero that he spoke of. Clap, 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 clap. After a long silence, some people couldn't help but clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Unknowingly, the sound of applause began to faintly spread out like waves. A few seconds later, it turned into thunderous applause that shook the entire venue. It was as if the ceiling of the Akihabara New Hall would shatter. When the applause surged, Immortal Otaku stood up with tears streaming down his face and shouted to Ryudo, "Good. Well said. This is the real Ryudo Kiryu cosplayer. You deserve to be the champion of the Ryudo Kiryu cosplay competition." Oh. Champion. 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 After hearing the words of the big three, the rest of the audience also began to become restless. They all shouted that the champion who imitated Ryudo should be awarded to Ryudo himself. Indeed, compared to the group of ordinary cosplayers who only imitated Ryudo's appearance and behavior, the last contestant clearly grasped the will and spirit of the Extreme Tao boss. This realm made all the participating cosplayers blush with shame, and all the audience and judges were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Under this enthusiastic atmosphere, there was no need to compete in the following competition, and the champion was thus decided. Not long after, Ryudo, who originally only wanted to show off and quickly run away, was surrounded by a group of Ryudo cosplayers. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he awkwardly stretched out his hand and received the cosplay Ryudo Kiryu winner medal from Immortal Otaku. 3, 2, 1. Eggplant. Eggplant. Click. With the last dozens of Ryudo cosplayers on the stage, The professional photographer pressed the trigger on the dozens of Ryudo Kiryu on the stage, and also this precious photo of the first Ryudo Kiryu cosplay competition. In the center of the photo, the man who was using the cosplay Ryudo Kiryu winner medal to cover his face, not letting his face be photographed in the photo, looked somewhat embarrassed. But everyone knew that he was the winner of this competition, the king of Ryudo cosplay, and also left his own legend in Akihabara. Just like that, a chaotic storm came to an end. Of course, when the two of them sat in the car and returned home, senior sister Yunyan's smiling face had already stiffened. He is an open and above-board person, a person who is not afraid of fighting, a real man, a hero who walks in the dark. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I can't continue. At this time, Yunyan, who was sitting next to Ryuto, was imitating her boyfriend's speech while laughing. It's over, this time. What stupid thing did I do? It's too shameful. At this time, Ryuto was sitting in the car holding his head, with an embarrassed expression. Indeed, thinking about it carefully, what Long-do did just now was indeed quite shameless. He actually bragged about himself in front of hundreds of people, saying things like a real man, a hero who walks in the dark, an underground hero who is not recognized by the world. Just thinking about it made one feel that he was shameless. The most embarrassing thing was that Ryuto won the Ryudo Cosplay Championship. I cosplayed me and won the cosplay championship. Who am I? Who am I cosplaying? Who is me? Who is cosplaying me? Suddenly, the entanglement in Ryuto's heart seemed to have become a classical philosophical question, making him feel that he didn't know what to say. But there was one thing that must be solved. Ryuto must not let today's incident be leaked. Even if it was leaked to Colored Glaze and Dunia, if those two women knew, they would definitely laugh at Ryuto for a lifetime. So Ryuto raised his head and counted to Yunyan next to him that, Yunyan, today's incident will be a secret between us. Don't tell anyone, okay? That. Yunyan smiled and pretended to think for a while, then smiled and said, Not necessarily. It depends on your performance tonight. Performance tonight? You mean, didn't I tell you? Tonight, I'll wear all kinds of cosplay clothes for you to see. You have to help me get the feeling of those characters. If you do well, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Huh, that's right. There was such a good thing today. Hearing this, Ryuto hurriedly nodded at the same time. His face showed a slightly wretched expression. After all, it was late at night, and his girlfriend wore all kinds of cosplay clothes for him to see. This was really, he would laugh in his dreams tonight. Chapter 264. Speaking of Yunyan, from a certain perspective, she was Ryuto's favorite woman. Especially in all aspects of being a girlfriend, Yunyan was almost a perfect existence. She was the type that as long as it was a man, he would definitely be fascinated by her and would be willing to kneel under her skirt. After all, not only was she beautiful, but she was also gentle and considerate. Her figure was also very good, and she had a strange charm that could cause the downfall of a city. The most important thing was, Yunyan knew how to play. This knew how to play meant that she knew how to play in various senses. As long as it was something that she was interested in, she would try her best to try it. She was even very proactive and would not feel shy. For example, this time when she took the initiative to bring Ryuto to Akihabara to play, it was originally because Yunyan wanted to write a female lead who was proficient in cosplay in her novel, and thus became interested in cosplay. Since she became interested in cosplay, Yunyan naturally wanted to cosplay a variety of characters, so that she could find the feeling of writing. Of course, from a certain perspective, doing this was actually letting Ryuto off easy. After all, Yunyan was his official girlfriend. Which man wouldn't want to see his girlfriend wearing cute maid clothes, nurse clothes, or witch clothes? If he could feel a different touch and smell, then it would be even more. Hiss. Therefore, on that night, after Ryuto and Yunyan returned from Akihabara, they directly went to Tsutsumura-Betsuin. Different from Tsutsumura-Betsuin, which was the main family's Tsutsumura-Betsuin. Tsutsumura-Betsuin was Yunyan's own residence, which meant that her parents were not usually here. But even so, there were many bodyguards and housekeepers in the courtyard. On one hand, they usually protected the young lady, and on the other hand, they played a certain role in monitoring. However, this small trouble naturally couldn't stop the current Ryudo. In order to see Yunyan's cosplay, he could easily cross a mountain of knives and a sea of flames. This was the power of LSP. When Yunyan entered from the main door, Ryudo quickly climbed in from the side railing of the courtyard. After avoiding all the surveillance cameras and bodyguards, he arrived directly below Yunyan's room. Seeing that there was no one around, Ryudo reached out and grabbed the drainage pipe beside the house. Like a flower thief, he jumped and flipped and quickly climbed into Yunyan's room. Speaking of which, this was the first time that Ryudo entered Yunyan's boudoir. As the young lady of the Tsutsumira group, although Yunyan's room was not as luxurious as the one in Tsutsumira, it was still extremely elegant and comfortable. The beautiful blinds were embroidered with a light cloud-like window screen. Beside the bed was a pure white desk with a laptop on it. Beside it was a huge bookshelf full of books. Obviously, this was where Yunyan usually wrote her novels. The entire room was decorated with a fresh and pleasant aqua color. The soft bed was covered with a gorgeous tassel curtain, and there were a few small dolls at the head of the bed. The most unbearable thing was that as soon as Ryudo entered the room, he smelled a familiar fragrance. Every girl's fragrance was different, and these fragrances were part of their feminine charm. For example, Colored Glaze's body always had a simple and elegant fragrance of flowers and wood. It was like the fragrance of flowers, but also like the fragrance of wood. Besides being elegant, it also gave people a feeling of calmness. It made people want to hug her when they were tired and inhale to their heart's content. On the other hand, Dunia's body had a wonderful fragrance of vodka mixed with milk. Maybe it was because she drank vodka all year round, or maybe it was because alcohol flowed in Mao Xiong's body. This kind of burly man and milky Lolita's smell was very addictive. As for Yunyan, she was pure, the fragrance of hormones. Her body's fragrance was really hard to describe. It was not the fragrance of flowers, nor the fragrance of wine or milk. It was a pure feminine fragrance. This kind of smell could only be smelled on a woman's body. It could not be found anywhere else. It was said that the smell of hormones could emit a scent that attracted the opposite sex. If this was the case, then Yunyan might be one of the women with the strongest hormonal scent. This was because just by smelling the scent on her body, it could cause people to have very direct primitive thoughts. From this perspective, Yunyan and Ayam were actually the same type of witch. It was just that one was an angel and the other was a demon. They were on opposite ends of the scale, but there was no difference in their lethality to men. Thinking of this, Ryudo couldn't help but pick up his girlfriend's pillow from the bed and put it in front of his nose to smell it. Then, his whole body trembled, looking like a living gentleman. Of course, this was purely out of curiosity. He wanted to find out what elements were involved in the smell of hormones. There was absolutely no hint of perversion in it. Absolutely not. Probably not. Ah, you came in so quickly. Why are you holding my pillow? When Ryudo was smelling the pillow like a fool, Yunyan also walked in from the main door. Then, she looked at his actions and asked in confusion, "Ahem, aren't you going to change clothes? Hurry up, I can't wait." In order to cover up his gentlemanly behavior just now, Ryudo hurriedly showed an excited look. "That's true. Then you wait here for a while. I'll be right there," After throwing a flirtatious look, Yunyan walked toward the large cloakroom next to the room. At this time, there were a lot of cosplay costumes there. It made people sigh that it's good to be rich, and it's even better to have a rich girlfriend. Oh, what will senior sister Yunyan wear in a while? It's really exciting. When Yunyan ran to the cloakroom to change clothes, Ryudo was lying on her soft bed and rolling around, looking like a pure young man who had never been on a woman's bed. Speaking of cosplay costumes, what do you like the most? For Ryudo, he should like maids the most. That kind of job of serving people with cute girls and costumes can really arouse endless fanciful thoughts of men. Coincidentally, senior sister Yunyan, who walked out of the cloakroom 10 minutes later, was dressed in a very seductive female outfit. Servant. Poser. Is this an angel? Did the maid angel come? When Yunyan walked out with a cold expression, Ryudo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this time, Yunyin was wearing a standard black and white maid costume. The black inner shirt tightly wrapped around her slender body. The white lace skirt only reached her thighs, and there was a big bow on the waist that emphasized the girl's slender waist. Originally, a maid costume was one of the elements of Mo. At this time, Yun Yan's maid costume was short, and a pair of white halter stockings swayed her legs, giving people a feeling of shining white. What's more, from the bottom of the skirt to the top of the halter stockings, it just so happened to expose a piece of snow-white skin, as well as the outline of the thighs that was wrapped by the stockings. It can be said to be a perfect, absolute domain. Absolute territory referred to the space between the girl's knee-length socks and short skirt where one could vaguely see her thighs. That vaguely discernible beautiful skin allowed one to see their dreams, so it was called a sacred and inviolable territory. Originally, Yunyan's figure was the tallest among the three girls, so her legs were naturally the longest. Coupled with the white halter stockings and the short skirt absolute domain, it made people want to lie down on the spot and become the carpet under her feet. Beautiful, beautiful, really beautiful. At this moment, senior sister Yunyan was wearing a set of maid attire. Her cloud-like brown hair was tied into a neat high ponytail. Coupled with the cold and arrogant expression on her face, it really made people unable to stop themselves from looking at her. Wait, why does the maid have such an expression? It seems like she treats the master as trash. Generally speaking, maids are not submissive. They will do whatever they are told to do. Why is Yunyin acting as a maid like this? Just when Ryuto looked at the maid Yunyin with a puzzled look, she frowned and said sternly, "Hey, you, what are you doing lying on Miss Bed? Pervert." Logically speaking, this is Yunyin's own room, and the bed is also her own bed, but Yunyin said that it is Miss Bed. So that's the case. Is it such a setting? Her current maid role is playing the maid of Yunyin and Tsukumi. Unlike Colored Glaze, Yunyin did not have a personal maid following her. So at this time, Miss put herself in a role similar to 16 Nights in Dancing costume and began to angrily scold the stinky man who was lying on Miss Bed. Yunyin's acting was not bad. At least he could feel her momentum of looking at men as trash. From a certain point of view, it was really similar to dancing costume. Since Yun Yin wanted to put on an act, then Long Do naturally would not refuse to accompany her. So he sneered and said, "Humph, with my relationship with your miss, I can go to her bed if I want to. Even if your miss is on the bed, I will do it without hesitation." When he said without hesitation, Ryuto slightly curled his lips. Obviously, this sentence had a double meaning. After all, the word on had a deeper meaning. After hearing this sentence, the maid Yunyin's face turned a little red, but she still angrily said, "Disgusting. Disgusting. You stinky men. All you think about is these messy things all day long. Humph. I don't want Miss to be sullied by you." As Yunyin spoke, she put her hands on her waist and put on a superior posture while looking at Ryuto, who was lying on Miss Bed. This kind of superior posture and her service profession as a maid produced a strange contrast. Well, how to put it? It would make the person who liked it feel very good. Coincidentally, Ryuto was the kind of person who liked it. Although he was not a masochist, who could reject such a beautiful and cute maid who looked at her master like he was trash. Thus, when he heard Yunyan's words, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, he stretched out his hand and directly pulled this tsundere maid onto the bed. Chapter 265. Plop. Following this soft sound, the cute little maid was brought to the bed by the domineering extreme Dao young master. The moment she was pulled to the bed, the maid Yunyin couldn't help but shout, Let go. Stinky man. I want revenge. Although I like your big miss, I also like you." Without waiting for the maid Yunyin to finish her words, Ryuto whispered softly in her ear, and at the same time, he kissed her round earlobe. Oh! After being hit in the face by such a straightforward ball, Yunyin suddenly became soft, and her whole body became soft. So she also obediently fell into Ryuto's arms, smiled, and said, "You really know how to coax girls. Usually, you have a lot of sweet words for other girls." Occasionally, but the number of sweet words for you is definitely the most. Ha 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 ha. It seems like this is the case. Yunyan also knew that Ryudo had two other women, but with the temperament of Colored Glaze and Dunia, they usually didn't play so much when they were with Ryuto. After being intimate for a while, Yunyan slowly got up from the bed, pointed at her outfit and asked, "Stop joking. What do you think of my outfit?" "Very good." Ryudo immediately gave a thumbs up, smiled and said, "Especially the setting of the arrogant and poisonous maid and the white garter stockings. It's simply amazing." Gulp. Speaking of this, the dragon head couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and looked at Yunyan's legs wrapped in the long garter stockings. The so-called garter stockings were actually a kind of stockings. It was just that in the past, when stocking technology was not developed, nylon stockings without a corset design would easily slide down. Therefore, things like suspenders were developed. To put it bluntly, it was just a design to fix the stockings. Logically speaking, with the improvement of the design of stockings and the development of some small products similar to stocking glue, the situation of women slipping down when wearing stockings had decreased a lot. Therefore, garter stockings should also be retired from the stage of history. However, this did not happen. At some point, garter stockings became a symbol of femininity. Unlike stockings and pantyhose without suspenders, suspender stockings were like the straps behind a bra because of the two suspenders. They became a special prop that attracted people's interest. In this day and age, socks were not necessarily for wearing. They could be worn for use. After all, a woman's long and slender legs were the most attractive part of a man. Coupled with the two straight straps of the garter stockings, it was as if the straps were used as threads on the graceful thighs, making it easier for people to see the three-dimensional structure of the thighs. And the most important thing was that the straps of the garter stockings had a hint of going up, and up. It made people feel as if they could go up along the straps, and their consciousness would dive into the top of the garter stockings and go to the mysterious secret garden. Therefore, the legs wearing garter stockings were beautiful and had a certain suggestive effect. It could make people feel that the legs were very beautiful. If the legs were white and long, the bones and flesh were well proportioned, and the owner of the legs was a great beauty, then it would be even more beautiful. There was no doubt that Yunyan perfectly met the above characteristics, so Ryudo couldn't help but look at her legs wearing white garter stockings. This was a very normal situation. At this time, the maid was lying on the bed with her legs slightly bent, supporting her face with her elbows. This posture could perfectly show the curves of her body. After noticing Ryudo's gaze on her legs, Yunyan was not pretentious, but asked with a smile, "So you like this? Is this the so-called stocking fetish?" Is it? I can't say for sure. In short, I am attracted to it." Facing this question, Ryudo was a little embarrassed. After all, it was still a little embarrassing to be obsessed with legs wearing stockings. But Yunyan was more considerate than Ryudo. She actually stretched out her legs generously and signaled to Ryudo with her eyes that he could touch it if he liked. "Really? Can I really do this?" Looking at the pair of beautiful legs wearing white stockings in front of him, although Ryudo thought this is not good in his heart, his hand honestly held Yunyan's slender jade foot and curiously played up and down. As early as when he was driving to the Tokyo Emperor Hotel, Ryudo had some strange thoughts about Yunyan's feet. Her moderately sized feet were very delicate. The shape of the ankle and instep were extremely beautiful. Coupled with the white stockings covering it, it made people want to hold it in their hands and play with it carefully. Now, Ryudo finally got what he wanted. Oh, this is Yunyan's feet? Not bad. It was not the first time Ryudo saw and touched a beauty's jade foot. In fact, he had seen or touched this part of his harem of 3 people. Dunia's feet were the smallest. One hand could almost wrap around it. The feeling of being small and exquisite was like a carefully made doll. Colored Glaze's feet were slightly bigger, but the shape was very delicate. The beautiful lines from the tip of the foot to the ankle gave endless fanciful thoughts. And because Yunyan's figure was the tallest and her body shape was also the mature type, her jade feet were naturally the largest among the 3. However, senior sister Yunyan's feet were still very beautiful. Beside the round and protruding ankle joint, There was a pair of slightly sunken ankle sockets, which maximized the bone aesthetic of the ankle. Coupled with the well-proportioned bone and flesh ratio, it was unforgettable for anyone who saw it for the rest of their life. Ryudo heard before that in some old gentleman countries, there was a beauty contest that specialized in the beauty of the ankle. If that kind of gentleman contest still existed, then Yunyin could definitely easily win the championship. Have you touched enough? I'm going to change into the next set of clothes. Just when Ryudo, the young gentleman, was sighing good while he reached out to admire Yunyin's feet and legs wrapped in stockings, Yunyin finally couldn't help but remind him. Although she knew that Ryudo liked her maid costume and white silk garter stockings, maid costume was only one of the cosplay costumes. There were dozens of clothes in the cloakroom waiting for Yunyin to change into. Ryudo had no choice but to let go of the beautiful leg and watch Yunyin walk toward the cloakroom. But this wasn't a bad thing, because not long after, Yunyin walked back in a white nurse uniform. Oh, this is not bad. Looking at Yunyin, who was wearing a nurse's skirt, a nurse's cap, and a pair of white pantyhose, Ryudo suddenly had the idea of asking her to give him an injection, or he could give her an injection himself. Just like this, the two played the nurse and patient game for a while. Yunyin then changed into the witch costume, policewoman costume, Lolita costume, flight attendant costume, and other common cosplay costumes. She also changed into some famous ACG characters' cosplay costumes. Every time she changed her clothes, Long Do would seriously comment on it. Then, he would comment on whether senior sister Yun Yan's clothes matched her stockings, whether the stockings were too thick, and so on. Needless to say, only Yun Yan was willing to play with Ryuto like this. If it was colored glaze or Dunia, Ryuto would have been kicked and beaten as soon as he stretched out his hand. When Yun Yan finally excitedly tried on all the clothes, it was already the middle of the night. And when she tried on a bunch of clothes, she felt a little sweaty, so she ran to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into a nightgown, and walked out. Phew, today was really fun. Too interesting. After coming out of the bathroom, Yunyin laughed while using the towel in her hand to dry her wet hair. Her long brown hair, which was usually soft and fluffy like a cloud, was now wet and clumped together. Long Do had never seen such a scene before. Although it was not the first time he saw a beauty coming out of the shower, the last time he saw it was Dunia drying her wet hair. When it came to displaying the charm of a woman, a loli was not on the same level as a mature woman. Yun Yan's posture when she came out of the bath was indeed much more beautiful. It made people clearly feel that she was a woman and not a girl. Dong dong, dong dong. Seeing Yun Yan in a soft nightgown walking towards him, Ryudo felt his heart beating violently. Indeed, the normal Yun Yan and the Yun Yan who changed so many costumes were very attractive, but the current Yun Yan in her nightgown displayed her charm to the extreme. Her bare feet, as white as jade, stepped on the carpet in the room. Her calves and thighs without stockings still looked flawless. From the soft silk nightgown, one could see large patches of white skin on her arms, back, and neck. Walla, walla lala. When Yun Yan came out of the bathroom and sat in front of the dressing table to dry her hair, Ryudo kept staring at her like an idiot who had never seen a woman before. As a matter of fact, it was indeed so. Beauties like Yun Yan, who possessed a fatal level of enticement to men, were probably less than 5 in the current world. One of them was even a man-eating flower like Yongji. Looking and looking, when Yun Yan finally dried her hair and walked towards the bed, Ryudo reacted and jumped up from the bed. He said awkwardly, "Sorry, it's late. I should go back." Because he was just engrossed in watching, Ryudo didn't react, and now it was already this time. After all, now that Yun Yan was ready to wash up and sleep, he was still in her room, which was more or less suspicious of being a hooligan. People can be romantic, but can't be dirty. This was Ryudo's principle. However, just as Ryudo stood up and was about to leave like a gentleman, Yun Yan suddenly pushed him forward and directly pushed him onto the bed. Yun Yan? You. Just seeing so many of my costumes and touching so many stockings of different thicknesses, do you feel a little uncomfortable? After pushing Long Do onto the bed, Yun Yan also pounced on him. She revealed a charming smile that was different from her usual self as she whispered into his ear, "Do you want it? Tonight, It's okay. Chapter 266. Generally speaking, when a woman says, "Do you want it?" If it's tonight, it's okay. When she says this, she probably didn't mean to ask if he wanted to eat supper tonight. Ryudo naturally understood what Yunyin meant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be naive, but really stupid. Speaking of which, among the harem trio, Yunyin and Ryudo's relationship was the most intimate, because Yunyin was the most daring. In the 3 stages of love, which were kiss, caress, and sleep together, the colored glaze only reached A, Dunia didn't even reach A, and Yunyin even passed B. When Ryudo touched her feet and legs, Yunyin didn't refuse. Instead, she seemed to find it very interesting. Later on, when Ryudo boldly and shamelessly touched the pair of cute slimes, Yunyin didn't express any displeasure. That kind of charm that could cause the downfall of countries and cities, combined with the mature figure of a big sister that was like a peach, exuding a fatal attraction. And what made this attraction even more terrifying was that Yunyin was the kind of person who was willing to take the initiative to be intimate with others. Just like now. Although she was a genuine, pure girl, this didn't stop Yunyin from taking the initiative. Because her personality was like this, daring to try all kinds of new things, and also like to enjoy all kinds of enjoyment. Regarding the fact that he was pushed down by Yunyin, Ryudo felt his mind go blank for a moment, and at the same time, his breathing suddenly quickened. At this time, Yunyin had just finished showering. The strong smell of hormones on her body mixed with the fragrance of the shower gel, coupled with the soft silk nightgown. This beauty's charm was displayed to the extreme. What's more, this great beauty even asked, "Do you want it?" A question that couldn't possibly have a second answer, so it would be strange if he could resist. Thus, without even thinking, Long Do brought over a slave. He flipped over and placed Senior Yunyin on the bed. Then, he propped up the pillow with his hand and looked at her eyes that carried a blurred expression. Yunyin, can I really do it? But be gentle. I haven't done it before. I heard it's a bit painful at first. Okay. I'll be gentle. Finally, the day has finally arrived. I can finally become a real man. Looking at Yunyin lying on the bed with a playful expression, Ryudo suddenly felt like crying. After mentally preparing himself, Ryudo slightly lowered his head and planned to start this hot night with a passionate chirp. However, just as this pair of lovers was about to take a new step, a light knock came from Yunyin's door. Damn, what the hell? Instantly, Ryudo's body bounced off Yunyin's body and awkwardly sat to the side. Yunyin also frowned slightly and asked with an unhappy tone, "Who is it?" "Allah, you're not asleep yet, right?" "It's Mom. I'm coming in." At this time, Yunyin's mother, Suki Rizen's voice came from outside the door. "Mom? Why would she?" "Phew, no choice." Hearing her mom's voice, Yunyin hurriedly lifted the blanket and signaled for Ryudo to hide inside, while she lay down beside Ryudo, picked up a book from the bedside table, and pretended to be reading on the bed, and then picked up the remote to open the door. Yunyin's door was an electronic lock that could be opened remotely, so there was no need to get off the bed to open the door. 2 seconds after Ryudo hurriedly crawled under the blanket, Zhanshin opened the door and walked in, walking towards Yunyin's bedside. After coming to the bedside, Zhanshin smiled and said to her daughter, "Still reading? I hope I didn't disturb you." "You can say that. Why did you suddenly come over?" "I went to Madame Kudo's place to have a tea party tonight, and it happened to be near here, so I couldn't be bothered to go back, and decided to stay here for a night to accompany my cute daughter." Saying this, a relaxed smile appeared on Zhanshin's face, as if saying, "Are you happy? Are you having a good time?" If it was any other time, Yunyin would definitely be very happy if her mom came over to accompany her. But today was different. Yunyin was about to step onto a new level with her boyfriend, but who knew that Zhanshin would suddenly come and mess things up, causing her to have a strange expression. As for Ryudo, who was hiding under the blanket, it was even more awkward. "What's going on? What's going on?" "I was being intimate with my girlfriend in her room, but my mother-in-law suddenly came and blocked me in my girlfriend's blanket." This situation was very awkward for Ryudo, and also very scary. After all, he couldn't imagine what Jinqin's expression would be if she found out that he was hiding in her daughter's bed. But at this moment, something even scarier happened. As Jinqin spoke, she actually sat down on Yunyan's bed and smiled. "How about I sleep here with you tonight? We haven't slept together in a long time." Hiss. The moment she heard this, Yunyan shivered, and Ryuto, who was hiding behind her, also shivered. The two could be said to be in sync. What a joke! Sleep together. As long as Jinqin lifts the blanket, no one will be able to sleep tonight. This isn't good. After feeling the crisis, a drop of cold sweat fell from Yunyan's smooth forehead, and she said awkwardly, "Why isn't it good? Didn't we often sleep together before?" "That's true, but today I have a cold, and I'm afraid of infecting you." Achoo. In order to strengthen her persuasion, Yunyan pretended to sneeze cutely. If it was any other time, Ryuto would definitely be attracted by the sound of the sneeze, but now he didn't have the mood to do so. Instead, he paid full attention to the second mother-in-law's actions. Please, don't come over." He didn't know if Ryuto's prayer was effective, or if Yunyan's sneeze was quite realistic. When Jinqin heard that, she said, "Then you should rest well tonight. I'll sleep in the guest room next door. I won't disturb you." After rubbing Yunyan's head, Jinqin leisurely opened the door and walked to the guest room next door. Phew. Suddenly, Ryuto breathed a sigh of relief. He poked his head out of the blanket, reached out and hugged Yunyan's slender waist, and said with a smile, "This is really dangerous. I was almost caught." Indeed, I didn't expect Mom to come back at this time. After holding Ryuto's hand, Yunyan said regretfully, "But it seems that we can't do it tonight. Mom is sleeping in the small guest room next door. If there is any noise, it will disturb her." Although the soundproofing of the Tsutsumurabetsuin room was good, after all, it was late at night, and the surroundings were very quiet. If the two of them did it in the room, it would be strange if Jinqin, who lived next door, couldn't hear it. But if they covered their mouths and didn't make any sound, the two of them wouldn't feel good enough. They would feel very sullen, so they might as well not do it. That's the only way. So miserable. Ryuto naturally knew this, so he also nodded bitterly, but the fire in his chest didn't go down. How to put it, in fact, since Yunyan changed her clothes, Ryuto had been very angry. Later, after Yunyan made it clear that she wanted to help him, Ryuto's fire burned even more vigorously. To use an exaggerated analogy, Ryuto was like a volcano that was about to erupt. If there was no vent, then he could only wait for the boiling magma inside to slowly calm down. Anyone who had experienced such a situation would know that this process was very unpleasant. It was like the feeling of being forced back halfway through a sneeze. Seeming to feel Ryuto's sullenness, Yunyan first pondered, and then said to Ryuto, who was about to get up and leave, "How about this? It's already so late. You should stay here tonight." But in my current situation, if I stay here, it's a bit torturous. If it was a normal day, being able to sleep in the same bed with Yunyan, even if it was just sleeping together, was a great enjoyment for Ryuto. But the problem was that now Ryuto's fire had been greatly aroused by her, and it was in the ultimate state of overclocking. Sleeping with her was not enjoyment, but torture. It was like a person who had been hungry for several days was placed in front of him, but the meat couldn't be eaten, and he could only sleep with the meat. Who could stand this? However, Yunyan whispered in his ear, "I know. Don't worry. I will help you solve it so that you can sleep peacefully." What? Help me solve it? What do you mean? Beep. Before Ryuto could react, Yunyan picked up the remote control on the bedside table and pressed the button to turn off the lights. The next moment, the room filled with the delicate fragrance of a young girl suddenly fell into darkness, and for a moment it became pitch black. Then, a rustling sound came from the bed. Ryuto felt the quilt suddenly moved, and a warm body lifted the quilt and went under. Yunyan? Just lie down. I read this method from a book. I don't know if it can be done. Anyway, let's give it a try. Book? Read it from a book? Give it a try? This is... Oh. Just when Ryuto didn't react to what Yunyan was saying, he suddenly felt his body heat up, and the action in the sixth last paragraph of chapter 95 was reproduced in this small quilt. So it's like this. Union. Amazing. When he was enveloped by a feeling that he had never experienced before, Ryudo couldn't help but take a deep breath and felt that his whole body fell into a bottomless abyss. Chapter 267. Hot dogs were a very normal way of making sausages. Speaking of hot dogs, I believe everyone is familiar with them, but how exactly are hot dogs made? Let's let Union take everyone to understand. The specific method of making a hot dog was to use 2 pieces of white, round, and soft bread to clamp the sausages that had been roasted to make them hot. Then, smear a little slippery sauce on them, and rub them left and right so that the sausages and bread would fully absorb the sauce. Speaking of which, this was a commoner's delicacy that was simple to make and tasted great. Senior sister Union, as a young miss, had never made a hot dog before. She had only read about how to make a hot dog in a book. Today, she decided to use it on a whim. But from the way she rushed to the bathroom to take a shower, this dish was not easy to make from a certain perspective. She still had to wear an apron. Union, are you okay? I'm okay. I was just shocked. It's amazing. Like a water faucet suddenly exploded. Sorry. It's okay. It's a new experience, and it's quite helpful for writing novels. Thank you for your hard work. After holding Union in his arms, Ryudo kissed her forehead, and then the two fell asleep in each other's arms. That night, Ryudo slept very well. The next day, when he woke up, he was even more refreshed. He was full of energy, as if he had just completed some kind of trial. Is this the feeling of having a girlfriend? Goodbye, good brother. After getting up, Ryudo looked at his right hand and nodded solemnly, as a final farewell to his bachelor life for the past 10 years. Oh, good morning. Not long after, Union, who was lying next to him, also woke up and then casually stretched. Seeing her graceful curves when she stretched, Ryudo sighed again. For a moment, he could not believe that he was able to become a lover with such a beauty. How to describe it? Ryudo and Union were now on a new level, but not completely on it. They tried some new things, but not completely at the end of it. But no matter what, last night's strange experience made Ryudo very happy. At the same time, he also saw Union's side that he would not normally see, and it was extremely shocking. Although Longdo knew from the beginning that senior sister Union was very bold, he didn't expect her to be bold to this extent. She was clearly a young girl, but she directly skipped the novice stage and practiced the kind of senior technique that only talented women could master. So far, only Union could master this kind of skill. Colored Glaze and Dunia did not have this kind of talent, and if Ryudo asked them to do it, he would probably be killed on the spot. It did not matter whether they had the talent or not. Therefore, even if Union was not proficient in this kind of skill, it was enough to make Ryudo admire her. In the end, he was defeated by her great heart. Speaking of which, other than the fact that senior sister Union was quite bold, there was also the fact that she really liked Longdo, which was why she wanted to make Longdo feel comfortable. Thinking of this, Ryudo felt warm in his heart. After all, having such a cute and proactive girlfriend was really a great joy in life. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me in a daze early in the morning? Are you still thinking about what happened last night? When being stared at by Ryudo, Union, who was sitting in front of the dressing table and doing her hair, could not help but ask with a smile. While she was doing her hair, Union raised her long and slender hands behind her back. Because she was only wearing a simple set of underwear and the nightgown from last night had been washed, her smooth, white, and hairless underarms attracted Longdo's attention. Thus, Longdo swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly. That more or less. If you like it, I will help you many times. Don't stare at me like this. Oh, whoa. Union, you are really an angel. When Longdo heard senior sister Union's casual reply, which contained a myriad of flirtatious emotions, he instantly felt as if he had turned into light. He wanted nothing more than to put on his underwear, throw on a bedsheet, and fly out to save the world. In this way, Ryudo jumped out of the window with a good mood. He jumped out of the bedroom that brought him countless beautiful memories, then quietly slipped to the street, waiting for Yunyan to come out to school. Not long after, Yunyan, who was neatly dressed in the first high school uniform, and her face returned to her usual gentle expression, walked out of the gate. This Yunyan was the Yunyan and Sakujiri that the public was familiar with. But after last night, Longdo got to know the new Yunyan. He got to know what the Yunyan in the moon vision looked like. He was the only one in the world who could see it. Therefore, until the two arrived at the school gate of First High School, Ryudo was in a good mood, and so was Yunyan, who was walking beside him. You love me, I love you, XXXX sweet honey. She even hummed an inexplicably familiar melody as she walked, and it was like a magical sound that pierced the ears. While humming, Yunyan unconsciously reached out and hugged Ryudo's arm, like a little girl in love. The young man and woman in love seemed to only have eyes for each other. Usually, when Yunyan and Longdo were alone, small actions like holding hands, hugging each other's arms, or hugging each other's waist had become a habit for them. Especially after last night, the two of them had become even closer. However, they obviously didn't notice that they weren't alone. Instead, they were openly walking on the school road outside Dori No. 1 High School. There were at least 500 to 600 students in their field of vision. Therefore, this scene made many jaws drop in shock. Am I seeing things? That's Yunyan and Ryuto Kiryu? Seeing the two walking together intimately, and the girl hugging the boy's arm, most of the students who were about to go to school were stunned. A male student who was eating a sandwich while walking saw this scene, bit his finger, and threw the sandwich at the face of the student behind him. The student who was thrown a sandwich didn't have time to get angry. He just looked at Ryudo and Yunyan and continued to walk until the sandwich fell to the ground. The sandwich that fell to the ground was stepped on by another student who saw this scene. He did a 90-degree split on the spot, and his crotch cracked. Of course, this was only a small incident that happened in a small area. From the time Longdo and Yunyan walked affectionately to the school gate, there were countless of blunders caused by excessive shock, such as falling, dropping things, bumping into each other, bumping into a tree, bumping into a telephone pole, drinking a drink into one's nostrils, and so on. There were simply too many to count, because no one could imagine that such a shocking scene would happen early in the morning. A long time ago, Yunyan and Ryudo were involved in a scandal. It was that time when the two walked into the school side by side, which caused the first public outrage on the first high school BBS. But a scandal was just a scandal. In addition, there was the incident of Ryudo and Colored Glaze straightening their collars at the school gate, which diluted the reliability of the previous scandal. Gradually, no one talked about Ryudo and Yunyan anymore. But this morning, in such a public place, this man and woman had openly hugged each other's arms, doing the intimate actions that only a couple would do, chatting and laughing as they walked into the campus. For the boys and girls who liked Yunyan, today was undoubtedly the end of their world. For the boys and girls who liked Ryudo, the same logic applied. Extra, extra, extra. Ryudo Kiryu and Yunyan confirmed their relationship and came to school early in the morning with their arms around each other's arms. From that moment onwards, an unprecedented storm of the century began to blow, quickly spreading to every corner of the first high school of Metropolis. Along with this earth-shattering topic, hundreds of photos of the two of them walking through the school gate from different angles also appeared on the first high school BBS. In most of the photos, Yunyan's face had the sweet smile of a girl in love. Her right hand was wrapped around Ryudo's left arm, and she even didn't care that half of her proud holy mountain was on her boyfriend's arm. How is this possible? I won't admit it. I won't admit this reality. When they saw this photo, who knows how many young boys and girls let out heart-wrenching cries. It must be known that Yunyan was a big idol in this school, especially with her natural mysterious charm and body that far exceeded that of a high school student. She attracted a bunch of fans. Although these fans usually didn't show off, they had always been silently paying attention to Yunyan and worshipping her as their goddess. But today, the goddess in their hearts came to school intimately with the school's demon king, the hooligan, and the two of them were so close to each other. Wasn't this asking for death? Of course, if Ryudo knew what they were thinking, he would probably only laugh coldly in his heart. Humph, this is considered close? Last night was close. So close that my entire body sank in. Under such a lively atmosphere, the first high school was especially lively. Almost everyone was talking about Ryudo and Yunyan's official relationship. However, where there was light, there would be shadows. If some people were happy, there would naturally be others who were unhappy. For example, the official team leader's wife, Kenzaki Colored Glaze, who was angered by Ryudo and Dunya's matter yesterday and came over early in the morning to eat another big melon. Chapter 268. Early in the morning, in the Year 2 Class A classroom of the Dori First High School, an unprecedentedly low pressure was wreaking havoc. This low pressure was so strong that it was as if it wanted to turn the classroom into a Siberian ice field. Even the teacher subconsciously lowered his voice by several decibels during class. And the source of this low pressure was the scion sitting in the second-to-last row by the window, Colored Glaze Kenzaki. Ever since this scion from Kamiyoshi came to school, her expression had never been good. Although Colored Glaze usually had a very cold expression in school, being cold didn't equate to having an angry expression, nor did it equate to a Siberian low pressure. Displeased, very displeased, extremely displeased. At this moment, Colored Glaze was sitting on her desk as she reached out for the ballpoint pen she always used and subconsciously scratched the surface of her desk. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The soft crunching sounds almost reached the ears of every student in the class, but everyone only dared to lower their heads and read their books. Even the teacher didn't dare to look in the scion's direction. Too scary, truly too scary. Everyone knew that Colored Glaze Kenzaki had a special identity and that her aura was much stronger than the average high school students, but they didn't expect her to give off such a terrifying aura when she was angry. She was just sitting there. But it was enough to make everyone feel as if they were in hell. Colored Glaze in this state was just that terrifying. Miss, it can't be, right? She's actually this angry because of that bastard Ryudo? Dancing Costume, who was also in Year 2 Class A like Kenzaki, naturally knew why Colored Glaze was so angry today. Without a doubt, it was related to this morning's incident between Ryudo and Yunyan. By the time the first class started, almost everyone in the school knew about the news. They all knew that the third-year school bell, the famous Yunyan flower, was already taken. Actually, when Dancing Costume saw that photo, she already knew that Kenzaki would be angry, but she didn't expect her to be so angry that she almost exploded on the spot. Colored Glaze liked Ryudo, and Dancing Costume knew this very well. But Dancing Costume also knew that Ryuto was dating Yunyan, and Kenzaki had tacitly agreed to it. This made Dancing Costume feel very strange. Colored Glaze clearly allowed Ryudo date Yunyan, so why was she so angry? The reason for this was actually very simple. To put it bluntly, I was the one who came first. Indeed, in this world, no one was more qualified to say this than Colored Glaze. From the beginning, Ryudo was the first to like Colored Glaze. He was the first to confess to Colored Glaze, the first to go through thick and thin with Colored Glaze, the first to visit Colored Glaze's home, the first to make a promise to Colored Glaze, the first to kiss Kenzaki. Why? I was here first. So why did he announce his relationship with Yunyan first? If that's the case, then wouldn't it seem like I'm the mistress? Gotcha. Thinking of this, Colored Glaze's slender hand suddenly exerted force and actually broke the ballpoint pen in her hand on the table. It was obvious how unhappy she was in her heart. Indeed, Colored Glaze did approve of Ryudo's idea of starting a harem, and also acknowledged that Yunyan and Dunya were qualified to serve one husband with her. But even so, Colored Glaze would never give up the position of main wife. Damn it, I really want to announce to everyone that Ryudo is my man. But I can't. Although Colored Glaze really wanted to declare her authority as the main wife, the current situation didn't allow her to do so. The reason was still the same, because the Kamiyoshi wouldn't allow the heir to the throne to fool around with men outside. Not only the Kamiyoshi wouldn't allow it, but the Yatsuki organization also wouldn't allow it. So even if Colored Glaze wanted to declare her sovereignty, she couldn't do so before solving the Yatsuki and Kamiyoshi problem. Irritated, Irritated, irritated. The more she thought about it, the more irritated Colored Glaze felt, but she couldn't do anything. However, just as Colored Glaze was infuriated, Ryuto in the next classroom received a special text message. Beep beep, beep beep. Accompanied by a familiar sound from the phone, Ryuto took out the phone from his trouser pocket and clicked on the message. But the moment he saw the message, Ryuto immediately frowned and then stood up abruptly. This action startled the students and teachers of Grade 2 Class B, but she didn't care about the sudden silence in the classroom. Instead, she stood up and walked out without hesitation. What's going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw Long Do walk out of the classroom as if there was no one around. However, due to Long Do's status and his reputation, no one dared to say anything. But after he walked out of the classroom, he made an even more exaggerated move. Da, 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 da. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps in the corridor, Ryuto pushed open the door of the second-year class next door. Hey, hey. Isn't this Ryuto Kiryu? Seeing Ryuto suddenly push open the door during class time, the teachers and students of the second-year Class A were stunned. What was even more exaggerated was that after entering the door, Long Do directly went to Lu Li's seat. Moreover, he stretched out his hand and pulled this dumbstruck young miss up from her seat. Finally, he quickly walked outside. All of this happened too quickly, in just a few seconds. Before anyone could react, Ryuto had already pulled Colored Glaze out of the classroom. The whole process looked like a bride snatching. After a few steps, Colored Glaze tried to shake off Ryuto's hand in surprise and asked in an incredulous tone, Wait, what the hell are you doing? It had to be said that Ryuto's move just now was really shocking. He actually went straight into the next class during class and pulled the young lady Colored Glaze out. If there was no reasonable explanation, then this incident would probably become the second explosive point of the day, enough to be on par with the Union and Ryuto dating incident. But just as Colored Glaze was trying to struggle, Ryuto said seriously, Don't make trouble. Something happened to Lady Ruehue. We must immediately rush to Kamishiro Imperial Garden. Lady Ruehue, something happened to Mother? The moment she heard this sentence, Colored Glaze suddenly trembled. After all, she never dreamed that Ryuto pulled her out of class because of this. But in the next moment, Colored Glaze quickly thought of a strange point. Wait, something happened to Mother. Why didn't I know? How did he know? Thinking of this, Colored Glaze couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Ruehue Kaneshiro was Colored Glaze's biological mother, and logically speaking, the relationship between the two of them was the closest in the world. But now, something seemed to have happened to Ruehue, and Colored Glaze didn't know anything about it. But Ryuto got the information faster? This didn't make sense, did it? As if he knew what Colored Glaze was thinking, Ryuto took out his phone and showed her the message sent by Bunnyball from the cat house. There were only a few simple words on the message. It said, Madam fainted on the ground, speed. Although it was only a few words, the content was enough to shock anyone who saw it, and it made Colored Glaze even more confused. What's going on? Why didn't I receive this message? Why did Bunnyball only send it to Ryuto, but not to me? I'm the young lady of Kamiyoshi, a mother's daughter, right? At this moment, Ryuto pulled Colored Glaze out of the school while explaining, Actually, Madame Ruehue has been hiding something from you. She didn't want you to know, so Bunnyball naturally didn't inform you. Something has been hiding from me? What is it? After hearing this, Colored Glaze only felt her heart beat wildly. Ryuto's words combined with the message of Ruehue fainting just now. With her intelligence, it wasn't difficult to guess the worst answer. Madame Ruehue is actually seriously ill. She thinks that she doesn't have long to live, so she didn't want to tell you some things. Mother, she doesn't have long to live? In an instant, Colored Glaze felt dizzy as she walked. Her legs seemed to have lost their strength, and she fell forward unconsciously. But Colored Glaze didn't fall to the ground. But when she fell forward, Ryuto caught her. In the next second, Ryuto put his hands on her back and legs, and the young lady's slender body was carried up in a princess carry position. Don't forget, at this time, the two were still in school. Although it was still class time, there were still some figures around. If it were any other time, Luli would definitely not allow Long Do to do such an intimate action to her in public. But now, she couldn't care less about it. How is it possible, Mother? Don't worry, listen to me carefully, okay? Ryudo naturally understood Colored Glaze's feelings when she heard the sudden news, but he smiled and said in Colored Glaze's ear, I just said she thinks she doesn't have long to live. Do you understand what this means? Hearing this, Colored Glaze's head turned to Ryudo's direction and looked at the man with a surprised gaze. Ruehue doesn't have long to live. Ruehue thinks she doesn't have long to live. In between these two sentences, he only added, thinks she doesn't have long to live, but the meaning was completely different. Difficult to say? After understanding Ryudo's meaning, Colored Glaze asked with trepidation, You mean, Mother can still be saved? She won't die? Of course. Hearing this, Ryudo showed a confident expression, then lowered his head and gently kissed Colored Glaze's forehead. I bet on my Ryudo Kiryo's name, I will definitely let her live. Otherwise, wouldn't I have worked for nothing for the past few months? Thinking about the past few months of blood and tears, Ryudo couldn't help but feel like crying. Even more than Colored Glaze, he wanted to cry. Chapter 269. Ryudo had already expected that Kanzai Ruehue would fall ill and die, and it was bound to happen. According to the timeline of the original work, Ruehue would die a year after Ryudo kidnapped the Colored Glaze, which was a year after Ryudo's plot began. It was almost half a year from now. However, Ruehue didn't suddenly die. Her body should start to have various problems at this time, such as fainting or severe headaches from time to time. Therefore, Ryudo also specifically discussed with Ruehue that if Ruehue had any discomfort, she should immediately inform him, because this was an excellent opportunity for treatment. The only way to treat Ruehue's family-inherited terminal disease was a kind of elixir in Ryudo's Krypton Gold Mall, Hooligan 100 Immortals Pill. Although the name sounded like a joke, its effect was really good. The description of this elixir was 1 pill, all the diseases will disappear, the skin will be tender, and you will be a new person. It was like the kind of elixir that could be used to become an immortal after eating it. It was not comparable to ordinary mortal medicine. Of course, such a useful thing, the price was also quite reasonable. The first one cost 1 billion. This price was not expensive from an objective point of view, but it was also very cheap. After all, a thing that could cure all diseases, not to mention 1 billion. Even if it was 10 billion or 100 billion, many people would rush to buy it. However, in order to save 1 billion yen to buy this Hooligan 100 Immortals pill for Mrs. Ruehue, Ryudo had a hard time during this period. With such a large sum of money, even if Ryudo's Rulong Security Company could continue to make profits, it was not so easy for him to save it even if he often went to the Sai River fighting arena to play games and went out from time to time to rob the rich for himself. But fortunately, a young master named John Teddy accidentally helped Ryudo solve most of the problems. That's right, it's John. It's that John, the young master who accidentally had the same name as Father John. Then, the two of them colluded to plot against the Tsukuminari group, only to be punched in the neck by Ryudo. Although no one knew where John was now, the inheritance he left behind was still there, which was the 1 billion yen that Gao Yuan transferred out in batches. A few months ago, Ryudo had spent 300 million out of the 1 billion, but later on, he received the remaining 800 million. In addition to the hundreds of millions he had earned over the past few months, it was not a problem for him to gather 1 billion to buy the medicine. However, Ryudo still felt the pinch when he thought about how his 1 billion yuan was going to vanish in a moment. This was because this money was already enough for him to level up his attribute points twice. Sigh. I hope that Madame Ruehue will be able to return this 1 billion to me. She shouldn't be such a stingy person. Just as Ryudo brought Colored Glaze to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, located in the outskirts of Tokyo, he couldn't help but think this in his heart. When the two of them skipped class and came to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, it was still early in the morning. The main building of the Imperial Garden that looked like a huge shrine emitted a bright luster under the sun, looking very luxurious. Colored Glaze was very familiar with the Imperial Garden where she was born and grew up. However, due to the inconvenience of going to school after entering high school, colored glaze was arranged by Rue Hui to live in the Kamishiro courtyard, and the time she returned home was also a lot less. Thinking about it carefully, colored glaze seemed to have become more and more estranged from her mother from that time. At first, colored glaze thought that it was because her mother had been busy in recent years, so she gradually became estranged from her, but from the current situation, it should be Rue Hui's deliberate intention. Because she knew that she didn't have long to live, in order to not let her daughter be sad, Rue Hui chose the stupidest method. As long as her daughter didn't like her, naturally she wouldn't be sad. Idiot. How can there be such an idiot? Thinking about this, colored glaze couldn't help but sigh deeply, and there was a faint mist floating in her eyes. In colored glaze's heart, her mother had always been incomparably wise, as if she could see through all the truths of the world, and nothing could be difficult for her, the kind of perfect woman who could always remain calm. But when it came to her daughter, Rue Hui always seemed to do something that seemed very stupid. Perhaps this was the so-called caring makes a mess. As the car stopped at the side door of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, Ryudo and Colored Glaze quickly jumped out of the car and walked towards the side door. At this time, there was already a familiar old figure waiting at the side door. But when he saw Lady Colored Glaze, he frowned slightly. After glancing at Colored Glaze, Cathouse Bunnyball looked at Ryudo with a somewhat angry gaze and questioned, "Ryudo-kun, what is the meaning of this?" From the beginning to the end, Rue Hui's physical condition was a big secret that had to be hidden from Colored Glaze, and Ryudo also agreed to this condition to start a series of cooperation with Rue Hui. But now, Ryudo acted on his own initiative and brought Colored Glaze here, completely disregarding the previous agreement, so it was no wonder that Bunnyball was angry. But even though he felt Bunnyball's anger, Ryudo only shrugged and smiled faintly. She has the right to know, and the right to stay here. But this isn't Lord Rue Hui's wish. Sorry, I can't let you in. Speaking until here, this old butler who had guarded the Kamiyoshi for his entire life firmly shook his head and actually ordered Ryudo and Colored Glaze to leave. Rue Hui had given a strict order to not let anyone under any circumstances let Colored Glaze know about her condition. So when Ryudo violated this agreement, he had already lost the right to cooperate with Rue Hui. Bunnyball naturally wouldn't let him in to see Rue Hui. But Ryudo had already expected Bunnyball's current attitude. So he smiled at Colored Glaze and said, "You go in first, I'll be there later." Okay. Although she knew that Bunnyball wouldn't let her in so easily, but since it was Ryudo who told her to go in, Colored Glaze didn't hesitate to walk towards the side door, as though she didn't care about this guardian ninja at all. "Young mistress, I'm sorry. Let me apologize with my death after this." Seeing that Miss actually wanted to barge into the garden, Bunnyball could only sigh, and with a wave of his right hand, an almost inaudible long needle flew towards Colored Glaze's body. As a guardian ninja, Bunnyball was the best at controlling this kind of special long needle. Through the control of ki and acupuncture points, Bunnyball could make the human body produce all kinds of miraculous reactions. So if this needle hit, it wouldn't be difficult to make Colored Glaze faint on the spot. Of course, the prerequisite was that it hit. But just as Bunnyball's long needle pierced through the air and flew towards Colored Glaze, a small steel ball flew out from the opposite direction like a meteor. It directly shot down the long needle in midair. What? Seeing this scene, Bunnyball gritted his teeth and tilted his body to the side, swiftly dodging the small steel ball that was flying towards him after the needle was shot down. Bang! Following that, with a loud bang, the small steel bead that was only the size of a fingernail, but was abnormally heavy due to the special material used, smashed into the wall behind Rabbit Ball, and actually punched a small hole in the wall that was visible to the naked eye. What kind of shocking destructive power was this? If it hit a person, the power would be no different from a bullet. Just as Bunnyball was shocked by the power of the small steel ball and unconsciously dodged, Colored Glaze took the opportunity to run inside, leaving the old butler who was guarding the side door behind her. Colored Glaze's running speed wasn't fast. To Bunnyball, it was almost the same as a tortoise. If he really wanted to chase, he could definitely catch up. But now, It wasn't that Bunny Ball didn't want to chase, but that he couldn't. This was because when Bunny Ball instinctively wanted to block Colored Glaze and prevent her from entering the Imperial Garden, a fierce killing intent had already locked him in place. He couldn't move recklessly, or else he would definitely be attacked and might even die. In the past 70 years, Bunny Ball had felt this sense of danger countless times. But this time, such a hair-raising sense of crisis was brought to him by a youth who had not even reached the age of 17. Ryudo Kiryu. Amazing. When Bunny Ball finally turned his head to look at Ryudo, the youth who was holding a few small steel balls with a calm expression laughed and said, "You actually dare to make a move on the young miss of your family. There should be a limit to using your seniority, old man Bunny Ball." When he spoke up to hear, Long Do took a deep breath while the tendons and bones in his entire body started trembling like whips, and his aura instantly became a few times stronger than before. At a glance, he seemed like an extremely robust giant. What a strong chi! It was very close to Danjin. No wonder he could kill Ritualist. Sensing Ryudo's powerful chi that was rapidly connecting to his body and constantly controlling his muscles to tremble, even Bunny Ball couldn't help but feel a huge pressure. 2 months ago, when Bunny Ball heard that Ryudo had defeated Saito Ritualist in a one-on-one duel, he was actually somewhat in disbelief. After all, Bunny Ball was very clear about Saito's strength, and the two of them had been old rivals for many years. Although Bunny Ball knew that he was stronger than Saito, but at most, he was only slightly stronger. How could a teenager like Ryuto win against Saito Ritualist? At first, Bunny Ball thought that Ryudo had used some tricks or took advantage of Saito Ritualist's perilous state to kill him. However, judging from the aura of a top-notch warrior emanating from Long Do's body, he might not have done those despicable things. Instead, he had openly smashed the demon child into pieces. At least from Bunny Ball's point of view, the current Ryudo was so strong that even he didn't have the confidence to win. Chapter 270. Finally, I can fight with him. Looking at the old man standing in front of him with stern and vigilant eyes, Ryudo was obviously very excited at this time. In theory, he was one of the strongest people in the world. In the original novel, he was described as having combat power that was close to the limit of humans. Although Rabbit Ball's current physical fitness was only LV4 physique, that was mainly because Rabbit Ball was now an old man in his 70s, and his physical ability naturally declined. At his peak, when he was about 40 years old, Rabbit Ball could be said to be a genuine monster. His strength was hard to estimate, and he even had the battle record of taking thousands of lives by himself. Ryudo was naturally very clear about Rabbit Ball's strength. Even when he had just arrived in this world, he had personally felt this man's mountain-like pressure. Just after Ryudo solved the crisis of Colored Glaze's warehouse, in the Kamishiro courtyard, Rabbit Ball, who appeared in front of Ryudo, used his unreasonable strength to teach Ryudo a good lesson, telling him that if he didn't have strength, he would only end up being slaughtered. Although Ryudo successfully used some small tricks to play Rabbit Ball at that time, and finally extorted an exchange condition, which was a small advantage. However, Long Do would always remember that day. He would always remember that day when he was almost unable to have any descendants. But it was different now. After half a year or so, the current Long Do was no longer the trash who was trembling in fear in the God Generation courtyard. Now, he had challenged Iam, fought with the demon child, and raised his middle finger in front of the Kokyo. Whether it was personal strength or experience, he had far exceeded the level he should have at this age. In this way, he already had enough strength to compete with Rabbit Ball, and he already had the confidence to get back at Rabbit Ball. Coincidentally, there was a good opportunity to exchange blows with Rabbit Ball. Before Colored Glaze and Mrs. Ruehue finished discussing, "You stay here with me." Thinking of this, Ryudo's eyes sharpened, and his right hand holding 3 small steel balls waved like lightning, throwing out a few small things in his hand. How much destructive power could a small steel ball have? Sigh, it really is. At this time, Ryudo's passive skill, Hooligan Immortality, had reached 60% proficiency. This proficiency was already very exaggerated. It was almost the level of 20 or 30 years of hard work. This skill combined with Ryudo's strong physique and key control was enough to turn the thrown miscellaneous objects into a real weapon. In addition, these small steel balls in his hand were bullets deliberately made by Ryudo. Although they looked small, they were all solid steel balls made of the hardest and heaviest steel. The weight was not a joke. No, I can't take it. Just as the small steel balls in Ryudo's hand flew out, Rabbit Ball's figure disappeared with a whoosh and then appeared behind Ryudo. Compared to the top powerhouse Saito, who had fought against Ryu Dojo before, Hasamar's tactical system was obviously very different from that of the demon child. Entering Dao mainly relied on a terrifying brute force skill to kill the enemy. After special training, the palm had the power to flatten steel like mud. With one palm, the flesh and bones would be pulverized. There was no way to block it. Rabbit Ball was different. His physical fitness was not as terrifying as entering Dao, nor did he cultivate so many brute force skills. But this old man was ridiculously fast. Yes, fast, too fast. Ryudo was now level 3 insight. Logically speaking, his dynamic vision could not be said to be the best, but it was already quite good. But just as Rabbit Ball dodged the small steel balls and appeared behind Ryudo, Ryudo did not see how he moved or from which angle. Bunny Ball's body looked like a ghost. It was as if he could appear anywhere as light as a feather. This kind of ridiculous speed was an ability that Dragonfight had never encountered before. But it's okay. I can still react. Just as the old figure suddenly appeared behind Ryudo and swung an attack at him, Ryudo thought he could block Rabbit Ball's attack. But Ryudo was obviously too naive because Rabbit Ball's attack was several times faster than his movement speed. Shing. For a moment, it was as if the air was neatly cut in half. Rabbit Ball's arm was like a sharp blade stabbing at the back of Ryudo's neck. Because of the speed, the violent sound of the wind breaking could only be heard after the attack. How to describe this feeling? It was like swinging a whip. A whip swung at high speed could reach a speed faster than the speed of sound at the tip. At this moment, Rabbit Ball's hand was like that whip, and the 3 fingers that he clasped together and stabbed at Ryudo were the tip of the whip. At the same time, it was also the fatal tip. Too fast, Rabbit Ball's speed was too fast. It was so fast that even Ryudo could not defend in time. Inner technique. Sacrificial blade. The next moment, the 3 fingers that formed the shape of the character pierced Ryudo's neck from the back, aiming at the vital part of the human body, the medulla oblongata. Once this part was pierced or cut, it could lead to a life-threatening situation. In other words, Rabbit Ball's inner technique, sacrificial blade, was aimed at taking a life. Young man, you can only blame yourself for betraying Rue Hui-sama. Go to hell and repent. The moment his fingers pierced Ryudo's neck, Rabbit Ball silently said in his heart. The decisive difference between him and Saito, who was a martial Dao grandmaster, was that Ramaru wasn't a martial artist. He was actually a ninja who walked in the dark and took people's lives. The inner technique of the ninjas was the ultimate assassination technique that was passed down from generation to generation. Every strike was aimed at the vital parts of the body, and there was no consideration for injury or repulsion. And this inner technique, sacrificial blade, was to swing the arm out like a whip, allowing the fingers to reach a supersonic speed, causing an almost unblockable penetrative damage. In addition, Rabbit Ball was an expert who had cultivated ki to Danjin level. The power of his sacrificial blade was enough to penetrate a steel plate. If it hit a person, even a tough guy who had entered the Dao would have a hole. Therefore, the draconic fighter who was struck by this sacrificial blade from the back should be dead for sure, right? The feeling is not right? So hard. Just when the 3 fingers pierced Ryudo's body and penetrated, Rabbit Ball felt that his fingers had only penetrated about 2 centimeters before they were forcefully stuck. The power of this move was indeed strong, and it did break Ryudo's defense. But this kind of superficial injury was not enough to cause a fatal blow. It was not enough to kill Ryudo. Rabbit Ball could not imagine that a living human's neck could have such exaggerated hardness. It was even harder than a steel plate. Whoosh! The next moment, Ryudo's arm quickly reached back and grabbed Rabbit Ball's right hand at a strange angle. Powerful. Unfortunately, the lethality is a bit low. After grabbing Rabbit Ball's hand, Ryudo slightly turned half of his face and revealed an excited smile to the leader of the Guardian Ninja. The Guardian Ninja was said to be the descendant of the ancient Wind Demon Ninja. They mastered almost all the advanced techniques of the ninja profession. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Their attack was a one-hit kill. Although Rabbit Ball was good at using long needles, he did not need any tools to kill people. 3 fingers were enough to kill people without leaving a trace. The sure kill attack of Rabbit Ball was actually described by Long Do as a little weak. This full marks. But in fact, it was not a bluff. After all, Rabbit Ball was facing the extreme Dao master Ryuto Kiryu, who had the strongest defense in the world. With 80% mastery of Copper Skin and Iron Bone, LV4 Constitution, and Chi buffs, Ryu Fight's defense had long since reached a level higher than Seidu's. He could even block bullets with his body. In addition, when the sacrificial blade was about to stab him, Ryudo slightly turned his head at the last moment, allowing the needle to stab the trapezius muscle beside his neck. Then, he quickly contracted the muscle between his fingers, which was why the medulla oblongata was not directly pierced. Now that Rabbit Ball's attack missed and his wrist was caught, he would definitely have to pay the price. Dragon Bone Dislocation Hand, Heaven and Earth Inverted. Before Rabbit Ball could even react, his body flew up like a fallen leaf, involuntarily flying out. This flight caused Rabbit Ball to fly in a huge arc from behind Long Do and fly in front of him. Then, with lightning speed, Long Do twisted his arm and pressed him to the ground. Because of the skill bone-dislocating dragon entangling hands, this series of grabs could be said to be extremely smooth. In the blink of an eye, Rabbit Ball's old face came into close contact with the ground. Poof! His nose, which was already a little flat, hit the hard floor. Blood spurted out like a blooming flower, dyeing the white floor red. The most important thing was that Tu Wan was pressed to the ground by Long Do with his arm bent backward. This kind of posture was usually very difficult to break free from. Gotcha! But in the next second, Rabbit Ball, who was pinned to the ground with his arm bent, suddenly dislocated his shoulder joint. He suddenly rolled on the ground at a strange angle and cleverly broke free from Ryudo's grabbing posture. Good guy. As expected of the original work's strength ceiling, he really didn't take it seriously. Seeing Rabbit Ball stand up and relocate his shoulder joint in the blink of an eye, Ryudo couldn't help but grin. But that's how it should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting. After revealing a happy expression, Ryudo continued to fight with Rabbit Ball at the entrance of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. The two of them went back and forth. Needles and steel balls flew everywhere. The light and dark forces were the same color. But just as the two of them were happily fighting, the colored glaze finally arrived at Rue Huey's door. Chapter 271. Kamishiro Imperial Garden has always been quiet, except for a few servants and ninjas who are responsible for protecting the family. It's almost impossible to see many people in the huge complex. In the ancient wooden corridor, colored glazes hurried footsteps from east to west, quickly walking towards her mother Rue Huey's room. Walking in from the side door, colored glazes' chaotic thoughts gradually came together, and the expression on her face gradually calmed down. There's no problem. There won't be a problem. If Colored Glaze was very flustered when she suddenly heard the news of Rue Huey's serious illness, then now she has already returned to her previous calm state. Because on the way here, Ryudo already gave his guarantee. He promised that nothing will happen to Lady Rue Hui. Although this guarantee has no basis, for some reason, Colored Glaze believed his words. There's no problem. Mother won't die. Whether it's blindly following Ryudo or deceiving herself, Colored Glaze believes that Mother will live well. But even so, this Kamishiro lady's face was very serious, and there was a trace of anger in it. That's right, it was anger. Colored Glaze rarely showed her anger on the surface, but now she showed such an expression. It's obvious that this matter has reached the point where even she can't hold it in anymore. And so, When the Kanzaki family's eldest daughter stood in front of her mother's bedroom door, she took a deep breath and then lifted her leg and kicked the door. Facing the wooden door, Colored Glaze angrily used the secret lady door kicking technique that she has used many times before, but has never succeeded. But this time, she succeeded. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound from the wooden door, Colored Glaze's kick actually directly kicked open the door of Rue Huey's room. The whole process was clean and tidy, without any sloppiness. Although this seemed like a simple action, only Colored Glaze and Ryudo knew that in order to do this lady spent a lot of effort. On a certain day, more than 2 months ago, Colored Glaze suddenly found Ryudo. "Why can't I kick open the door? Is there a problem with the door? You don't seem to suspect that there's a problem with your foot." "Oomph, I'm just joking. Teach me how to kick the door. Hurry up." Ever since she kicked the door a few times, Luli had fallen in love with this kind of pretentious method. However, every time she failed to act pretentious, she became a silly, pretentious person. So in order to not jump around holding her feet, Colored Glaze followed Ryudo to learn this special skill, lady door kicking technique. Kicking the door was a physical activity, but it wasn't just a physical activity. The angle of the kick, the position of the kick, the body's center of gravity, and so on, there were too many things to pay attention to. It was said that Colored Glaze's physical fitness was like trash, but fortunately, the lady was smart enough, and after some special training, she finally mastered the preliminary technique of kicking. For example, the probability of kicking open a very thin wooden door like the one in Kamishiro Imperial Garden was quite high. See, didn't she succeed? Bang! As the bedroom door was kicked open, a woman in her 40s appeared in front of Colored Glaze. She was wearing a face scarf covering her mouth and nose, and she was wearing tight clothes for easy movement. This woman didn't seem to have any special reaction to the lady's action of kicking the door. She just stood there quietly and waited. "Ryuki, are you going to stop me too?" Colored Glaze naturally knew this woman, because she was the guardian ninja who was responsible for protecting Rue Hui, Ryuki. Now Colored Glaze didn't have any companions around her, and Ryuto was also fighting with Rabbit Ball outside. If this guardian ninja wanted to stop the lady, then Colored Glaze definitely wouldn't be able to see Rue Hui. However, Ryuki shook her head and said, "Master Rue Hui didn't give me an order to stop the lady, so I won't do anything." "Really? Very good." After hearing the hint in Ryuki's words, Colored Glaze didn't hesitate to walk past the ninja and walked into the bedroom. At this time, in the deepest part of the secluded bedroom, a woman in a white traditional nightgown was leaning on the bed, turning her head to look at the scenery outside the window. The woman did not seem to be in a good state of mind. Her thick black hair was draped messily behind her back, and her originally heroic face had a sickly look. Compared to the usual powerful, valiant, and wise Kanzaki, the current Rue seemed incredibly delicate and weak. This huge contrast gave this woman a strange sense of beauty, making her seem even more lovely and moving than usual. Since she suddenly fainted not long ago and slowly woke up, Rue Hui had been looking outside the window in a daze. Looking out the window from this angle, she could see a lush golden osmanthus bush, which was planted by Rue Hui when Colored Glaze was born. Golden osmanthus was Rue Hui's favorite flower. In the past, when the golden osmanthus outside the room bloomed every year, she would take Colored Glaze to enjoy the flowers and play together. It was just that the golden osmanthus bloomed from late September to early October, which was 2 or 3 months from now. 2 or 3 months. Can I hold on until the next golden osmanthus bloom? Or was it? After waking up, Rue Hui felt empty in her heart. Rue Hui was well aware of her death date, and she had even been working on it for a long time. But when she suddenly fainted today, and when she woke up, she could clearly feel that her body was getting worse and worse. Even a heroine like Rue Hui couldn't help but feel sad for her future. Everyone was afraid of death, especially those who had something to worry about. In other words, Rue Hui wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Colored Glaze in the future, and that she wouldn't be able to shelter her daughter from the wind and rain. But fortunately, Ryudo was still there. Rue Hui had already instructed Rabbit Ball to inform Ryudo as soon as something happened to her. This way, Even if she suddenly died today, with Ryudo's ability, he would be able to help Colored Glaze stabilize the situation. This way, even if she stepped on the road to the Yellow Springs, Rue Hui could go with peace of mind. Tap, tap, tap. However, just as Rue Hui was thinking about this, light footsteps came from the bedroom not far away, and it was obvious that someone was walking over. Was it Ryudo? Because she had already instructed Ryudo to come quickly, Rue Hui turned her head with a smile and said, "Ryuto-kun, it seems that originally, Rue Hui wanted to say, it seems that I'm going to die soon, but halfway through, the master of Kamiyoshi froze on the spot. Because the person who appeared in front of Rue Hui wasn't Ryudo, but a girl who looked 70 to 80% similar to her, with a trace of anger on her delicate and elegant face. Rue Hui never dreamed that the person who appeared here wasn't Ryudo, but her own daughter. So she could only ask as calmly as possible, "Lu? Colored Glaze? Why are you here?" "Of course I'm here." Colored Glaze revealed a strange sneer as she walked to her mother's bedside and said with a smile, "Otherwise, if something happened to you, I wouldn't even be able to see you for the last time." "What happened?" "I'm just a little tired. Nothing special." "Liar." Before Rue Hui could finish her lie, Colored Glaze interrupted her mother with a sharp and furious voice. Since young, this was the first time Colored Glaze spoke to her mother in such a tone, or rather, roared. After roaring, Colored Glaze suddenly reached out and grabbed Rue Hui's collar, and asked with a trembling voice, "In your heart, what am I? Am I still a 3-year-old child?" When she saw Colored Glaze's expression, Rue Hui knew that she knew the truth. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond, and could only lower her head in silence. "Why do you think that by throwing me far away and keeping me away from you, I'll feel better when you suddenly disappear one day?" As she spoke, Colored Glaze gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Are you looking down on yourself or on me? Do you think that as long as you're far enough away from me, I won't be sad when you die? Also, what do you think I'm most angry about? It's that dispirited look on your face when you've completely accepted the fact that you're dead. This isn't the mother I know. The Rue Hui Kaneshiro I know won't give up, even if it's only 1%, 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000. You shouldn't give up." Colored Glaze. "I'm sorry, we can't go against fate. This is the fate of us Kamiyoshi, and it's not a problem that can be solved with hard work." After hearing her daughter's words, Rue Hui shook her head slightly. If it was just a normal illness, then there might be a way to cure it. However, Rue Hui's family's hereditary illness was an old illness that had existed for many generations, and it wasn't a problem that the current era's medical technology could solve. The reason why Colored Glaze wasn't infected with such a terminal illness was because she had gone through a special pregnancy process. However, Rue Hui, who was already terminally ill, couldn't be saved. This was an unchangeable fact. However, Colored Glaze laughed coldly and said, "Fate. If this is what you call fate, then I'm going to cut off this ridiculous fate right now." Colored Glaze. "Can you stop messing around? Can't we talk about something more realistic?" Rue Hui instantly felt touched and amused, and she almost couldn't help but laugh. After all, Colored Glaze's current, cutting off fate, attitude made her seem a little Chinibu, as if she had suddenly turned into a Chinibu girl, and was completely different from the usual young lady. After all, cutting off Rue Hui's fate of dying from a terminal illness wasn't something that could be solved just by shouting a few words. Unless Colored Glaze really did have a way to cut off fate, then the situation would be different. The next moment, the girl waved her hand and took out a small round pill that looked like a translucent pearl from her pocket. It gave off a rich medicinal fragrance, and she handed it to Rue Hui. Chapter 272. This is a medicine? The moment she saw the pill, Rue Hui couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although the pill was small, when Colored Glaze took it out of her pocket, the pill emitted a very strong medicinal fragrance. The feeling of this fragrance was hard for Rue Hui to describe with words. It was as if the medicinal fragrance had penetrated into her bone marrow, and all the blood in her body seemed to have been cleansed. With just a sniff, Rue Hui felt that her mental state had an obvious change. This was the first time she had seen such a miraculous medicine in her life. But even so, it didn't mean anything. When the pill was handed to Rue Hui, Colored Glaze said seriously, "Mother, eat this. This pill can cure your illness." "This? What medicine is this?" Rue Hui took the pill and asked with a tone of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. And Colored Glaze also simply replied, "I don't know." "You don't know? Then where did this medicine come from?" "That guy Ryudo gave it to me. He said that after eating it, it can cure your terminal illness. So he asked me to bring it over." "Ryudo. So that's how it is that the case?" When she heard Ryudo's name, Rue Hui suddenly had a feeling of realization. In fact, before this, Rue Hui more or less had some complaints about Ryuto. After all, she repeatedly told him not to tell Colored Glaze about this matter, but Ryuto obviously didn't take her words to heart. After Rue Hui fainted, he even took the initiative to bring Colored Glaze here. But after Colored Glaze took out this so-called miracle medicine that could cure her, Rue Hui seemed to understand Ryuto's meaning. From Rue Hui's point of view, there was no medicine in this world that could cure her with just one bite. So, the pill that Ryuto brought over was most likely a lie. Who was it lying to? It was probably used to trick Colored Glaze. From Rue Hui's point of view, Ryuto was probably trying to deceive Colored Glaze by telling her that her mother would recover after taking the medicine. He was trying to make Colored Glaze feel at ease and prepare to inherit the Kamiyoshi clan as soon as possible. Thinking about it carefully, this was the only explanation. It couldn't be that Ryuto also thought that such a small pill could cure an incurable disease, right? Seriously, if you want to put on a show like this, you should at least give me a heads up. You made me flustered. Thinking of this, the corners of Rue Hui's mouth revealed a relaxed smile. Apparently, she understood Ryuto's intention. Thus, she smiled and said, "Okay, okay, okay. I'll eat. Okay?" Since Ryuto planned to put on such a show to appease Colored Glaze's emotions, Rue Hui naturally wouldn't refuse. She took the pill from her daughter's hand, then picked up the cup of water on the bedside table next to her, and swallowed the very special-looking pill with a mouthful of water. During the whole process of taking the medicine, Colored Glaze's gaze was fixed on her mother, as if she wanted to see something from her. "Okay, you don't have to keep looking." After being stared at by her daughter for a while, Rue Hui couldn't help but smile and said, "Even if this medicine is really useful, it's impossible." Rue Hui originally wanted to say, "Even if this medicine is really useful, it's impossible to have an immediate effect." Before she finished speaking, the head of Kamiyoshi suddenly trembled and couldn't help but lie back on the bed. Ugh, what's going on? My body feels hot? Like there's a fire burning in my stomach?" The moment she fell on the bed, Rue Hui only felt that her body was shockingly hot, and that exaggerated heat was so hot that she almost couldn't move her body. This scene naturally frightened Lioli, who was at the side. Thus, eldest young Miss hurriedly shouted, "Mother? Why are you?" "Hiss. It's so hot." Just as Colored Glaze reached out to check on Rue Hui's situation, her hand that touched Rue Hui's forehead retracted like lightning, because it was really too hot. So hot, so hot. This temperature was completely unbearable for humans. At this time, Rue Hui was like a huge furnace, and the temperature emitted from her body was at least 70 to 80 degrees. This temperature was completely abnormal. It should be known that a normal person's temperature was around 36 to 37 degrees. If it was more than 37 degrees, it would be considered a fever. If it was more than 39 degrees, it would be considered a high fever. If it was more than 40 degrees, it would burn people to death. But now, Rue Hui's body temperature was as high as 60 to 70 degrees. She was not an idle star who could practice dancing in a high temperature of 60 to 70 degrees. It would be strange if she didn't die on the spot. "Damn it, Ryuto, you bastard. What on earth did you feed Mother?" Colored Glaze originally thought that the medicine Ryuto brought could quickly improve Rue Hui's situation after taking it. In the end, forget about getting better. She was almost sent to be cremated directly. What is this? A novel postmodern treatment method? As long as the patient is cremated before she dies of illness, she can be free from illness? Quickly enter the next reincarnation? However, just as Colored Glaze was about to go out and ask Rue Hui to come in and help, Rue Hui suddenly took a deep breath, and the originally terrible situation suddenly calmed down a lot. The extreme heat just now came, and went as quickly as it came. Almost in just a few seconds, Rue Hui's body temperature returned to a more normal level. Seeing Rue Hui sit up from the bed all of a sudden, Colored Glaze was a little dumbfounded and asked, Mother, are you okay? I can't say that I'm completely fine, but compared to before, I'm like a different person. Rue Hui, who sat up from the bed, stretched out her hands and glanced at them with an incredulous look in her eyes. After the high temperature burning just now, Rue Hui, who recovered, only felt that her whole body had become a lot more relaxed. The feeling of something wrong with her body had long disappeared. Upon closer inspection, her skin had become even smoother and more supple. Her eyes were bright and full of expression. The pale and sickly look on her face had also flown to who knows where. Her entire body was filled with the vitality that only a young person would have. How? How is it possible? Am I dreaming? After Rue Hui stood up straight from her bed, she felt incredibly comfortable all over. It was as if that fire had burned away the root of her illness, as well as the curse that had been plaguing the Kenzaki family for hundreds of years. Could it be? Is this a joke? Ryudo, that kid, isn't acting? As one of the few smart people in the current generation, Rue Hui would never believe Ryudo's nonsense of eating a pill can cure an incurable disease. How could there be such a good thing in the world? But the truth was in front of her, and she had to believe it. Because the change in her body was the absolute proof, there was no room for doubt or hesitation. But if what just happened was true, Rue Hui couldn't help but have a huge question. That is, such a small pill that can be called a miracle pill, how did Ryudo get it? Colored Glaze, where is Ryudo? Where is he? So Rue Hui immediately asked Colored Glaze, wanting to find Ryudo to ask. He is at the side door fighting with housekeeper Bunnyball. Cough cough, exchanging pointers? Although Ryudo and Bunnyball's fight was obviously not exchanging pointers, Colored Glaze still used such a perfunctory tone to reply in front of Rue Hui. If it was under normal circumstances, this level of lie would be seen through by Rue Hui, but it was different now. Right now, Rue Hui's full attention was on Ryudo. She urgently wanted to know what the kid did for her. Early a few months ago in the hospital, when Rue Hui proposed to cooperate with Ryudo, Ryudo had said this to her with a very dissatisfied tone. You're still alive, aren't you? Why must everything be based on the premise that you will definitely die? Forgive me for not being able to accept a deal based on this premise. Thinking about it carefully, although Rue Hui thought that she had reached a deal with Ryudo, Ryudo actually never agreed to the cooperation plan based on the premise that Rue Hui would definitely die. From start to end, Ryudo never said anything about what will happen after Rue Hui dies. Because in this man's heart, Rue Hui would definitely not die. If Ryudo only had such thoughts, it wouldn't be strange. But the problem was that Ryudo actually completed this matter. Although it was only a simple matter of less than a minute, Rue Hui could imagine how much effort Ryudo had put in for this 1 minute. After all, a pill like this that could cure a terminal illness was definitely not something that could be obtained through ordinary means. Was it some kind of ancient secret recipe? Or was it some kind of near-future black technology? Or was it simply a medicine from outer space? In short, after experiencing the whole process, even if Ryudo said that the medicine came from Mars, Rue Hui might believe it, because the effect was too good. But at the same time, because the effect was too good, Rue Hui couldn't help but think about the price Ryudo paid to get this medicine. Was it like the Saint Seiya saving the goddess? Or was it like the Western paradise where he went through 81 difficulties to obtain the true scripture? No, could it be that he made some kind of deal with the devil and had to offer his soul? Thinking of this, Rue Hui couldn't help but get out of bed and change into slippers. She hurriedly pulled Colored Glaze and walked towards the side door. I must make it up to him. I must make it up to Ryudo. But what should I do? What can I make it up to him? Money? That's too tacky. Status? Ryudo doesn't seem to be interested. Colored glaze? It's his to begin with. For a moment, Rue Hui walked towards the side door while falling into a complicated mystery. What should I use to make it up to Ryudo, to repay that young man for saving my life? Unfortunately, I'm an old woman. If it was 20 or 30 years earlier, I would have given myself to him on the spot. Thinking of this, Rue Hui couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. But what she didn't notice was that after experiencing the baptism of the Rogue's 100 Immortal Pill, when she walked together with Colored Glaze, they didn't look like a pair of mother and son, but more like a pair of sisters. As for the nonsense about being an old woman, other than Rue Hui herself, probably no one would believe it. Chapter 273. However, just as Rue Hui and Colored Glaze hurriedly walked out, the battle outside the side door came to an end. Huff, huff, huff. Well done. This old man can still fight so well despite his age. It was hard to imagine how strong he would be at his peak. At this time, Ryudo stood in the open space outside the side door, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were dozens of wounds on his body. Moreover, almost every wound was near a vital point. Although the battle only lasted for less than 5 minutes, Ryudo felt as if he had been fighting with this old hooligan for a year. It was no exaggeration to say that in the past few minutes, Ryudo was jumping left and right on the edge of death, dancing in a minefield. After all, no matter how ridiculously strong his body was, Rabbit Ball had learned his lesson. He specifically targeted the eyes, throat, temples, genitals, and other places that couldn't be cultivated. As long as he hit them, he would die on the spot. Especially the ninja's inner technique, Sacrificial Blade, which was passed down for many years. It was really fast and ruthless. Every swing seemed to be able to make a big hole in Ryudo's body. Of course, even so, Ryudo didn't lose. At most, he could only be said to be at a disadvantage, and he would soon have the upper hand. Because after these few minutes of high-intensity battle, Bunny Ball, who was not far away, was panting even more heavily than Ryudo. From the outside, Bunny Ball's injuries were much less than Ryudo's, but he was panting much more heavily, and the glasses on the bridge of his nose had already fallen to God knows where. The old gentleman's temperament was also gone, and he looked very miserable. Oh no, my speed is about to slow down. What should I do? Bunny Ball panted while looking at Ryudo, who was not far away. After all, he was moving at full speed almost every second. It was equivalent to running a 10,000-meter-long run. Who would be able to endure that? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Not to mention, Maru was an old man in his 70s. No matter how strong he was, it was inevitable that his body would weaken. His stamina was definitely much weaker than Ryudo. Thus, after fighting with Ryudo for a period of time, Rabbit Ball, who was unable to kill him, had already lost. Next, as long as Rabbit Ball slowed down, he would immediately fall into Ryudo's rhythm. However, this defeat was only limited to the level of a duel. Even if Tuamarv couldn't beat Ryudo, he could still choose to escape. This was something that Ryudo couldn't stop. As a ninja, running away wasn't shameful. But the problem was that Raburu couldn't run now. He couldn't let Ryudo enter the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. This was the old man's last dignity. There was no other way. He could only use this move. Seeing that he couldn't kill Ryudo with his own strength, Rabbit Ball steeled his heart and quietly took out a small capsule ball from his sleeve. In this capsule ball, there was a special poison that the Guardian Ninja used for assassination for generations. As long as this poison was inhaled, it would quickly produce a strong hallucination, and one would dance wildly in the hallucination to death. Seeing Ryudo rushing towards him, Rabbit Ball sighed silently in his heart and suddenly threw the capsule ball in his hand to the ground. Bang! The next moment, a strange light pink smoke rose from the ground and directly sprayed on Ryudo's face. What the hell? Poison mist? Although Rabbit Ball's speed was much slower than before, it was still much faster than Ryudo. Before Ryudo could react, he had already inhaled a mouthful of the pink mist. As for Rabbit Ball himself, he had already retreated 10 meters away and wasn't hit by the pink mist. After rushing out of the mist, Ryudo angrily said, "Cough, cough, cough. What do you mean by this?" "Ryudo Kiryu, you're already dead." Rabbit Ball elegantly tidied his clothes and sneered, "The crime of betraying Ruehue-sama. I'll let you pay with your life, Ryudo-kun." "Ryudo, are you okay?" But before Bunny Ball could finish his sentence, a familiar anxious voice came from the side door not far away. "Nanny." Bunny Ball quickly turned his head and saw Ruehui, who was wearing a set of pure white pajamas, running out in a hurry. She looked very energetic as she ran straight towards Dragon Battle. And tens of meters behind Ruehue, miscolored glazes panting figure slowly refreshed. "Phew, phew, phew. Mother, aren't you running a little too fast? Are you really a sick old woman in her 50s? Colored Glaze couldn't help but curse in her heart when she saw her mother quickly running out and couldn't keep up with her. It was obvious that Ruehue, who had recovered, felt like she was reborn. She felt her whole body was very light and smooth. Even in terms of running, she could even crush Colored Glaze, who was the scum of the human world. She left her in the dust and couldn't even smell the exhaust. Who was the real 50-year-old and who was the real 16-year-old? Ruehue-sama? Your Rabbit Ball was dumbfounded when he saw Ruehue rushing over. He thought that Ruehui would be very angry with Long Do for bringing Eldest Miss here, but he didn't expect that Ruehui would rush out in such a hurry. Moreover, she seemed to be very concerned about Long Do. At this time, Ryuto was already feeling dizzy because of inhaling the poisonous fog. The scene in his eyes was also distorted like he was looking at a kaleidoscope. What am I? What is this? Am I poisoned? No, I have to buy medicine. Buy. Ryuto tried to stand up straight while he instinctively wanted to open the Krypton shopping mall to find some antidote. But under the condition of being poisoned, his world seemed to have been greatly distorted. He couldn't even open the Krypton shopping mall to buy medicine. In a daze, Ryuto couldn't help but fall forward. He then fell on a soft, warm cushion. The cushion was fragrant and soft, and it emitted a mesmerizing fragrance. It made him feel like a distorted dream suddenly turned into a beautiful spring dream. Of course, Ryuto didn't fall on the cushion, but in the arms of Ruehue, who rushed over. Looking at the dazed, blushing young man in her arms, Ruehue turned to Bunkamaru and said angrily, "Bunkamaru, what did you do to him?" I just didn't want him to go in. Didn't he disobey your order? I didn't ask you this. What's his situation now? Say it." Ruehue seemed to feel something was wrong, so she couldn't help but yell at Bunkamaru. Being yelled at by Ruehue, Bunkamaru was dumbfounded. Although Bunkamaru was the butler, he was older than Ruehue and also watched her grow up. Therefore, Ruehue treated Bunkamaru as her uncle since young. She had never yelled at him like this before. So Bunkamaru could only stutter. Actually, he is now poisoned by the poisonous fog passed down from generation to generation. Poisonous fog? And then if left alone, he will die within 5 minutes. Antidote. Stop talking nonsense and take out the antidote. No, there's no antidote. Being ordered by Ruehue, Bunkamaru felt sweat dripping down his forehead. This poisonous fog was originally developed to kill people. As long as it was taken out, someone had to die. Naturally, there was no need to develop an antidote. Hearing this, Ruehue gritted her teeth and said angrily, "I don't care if you have the antidote or not. Just think of a way now. Otherwise, find a place to commit seppuku." Instantly, Bunkamaru's body trembled and he hurriedly said, Wait, I remember now. I think I can use acupuncture to force the poison out of the body. This way, he can be saved." "Then why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry and bring him in for treatment." After angrily glaring at Bunkamaru, Ruehue immediately ordered the old ninja to carry Ryuto into the room for acupuncture. But just as Bunkamaru hurriedly carried Ryuto into the room, Colored Glaze, who was panting towards the door, finally caught up. What's going on? Ryuto, Colored Glaze was shocked when she saw Ryudo being carried on Bunkamaru's shoulder. No, it's nothing. He's just a little uncomfortable. He'll be fine after a few injections. Wait. Because she didn't want Colored Glaze to worry, Ruehue hurriedly ordered Bunkamaru to run towards the room not far away, leaving the panting Colored Glaze behind. Clang. The two casually found a guest room and went in. Ruehue, who was the second to enter, locked the door from the inside while Bunkamaru hurriedly threw Ryuto onto the bed and undid his clothes. He picked up a long needle and inserted it into his body. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles, 5 needles, 6 needles, 7 needles. Seeing Bunkamaru insert a bunch of needles into Ryuto's body, he really looked like the incarnation of Nanirome. Ruehue's heart skipped a beat. But what Bunkamaru said before seemed to be right. As he inserted the needles, Ryuto's originally red face gradually returned to normal. But at the same time, his body seemed to be more energetic, just like when he woke up in the morning. Seeing this scene, Ruehue was first stunned and then asked in confusion, Bunkamaru? This is... Because there are too many acupuncture points, there might be some side effects. Let him release it later. Release? How? Bloodletting? It's not bloodletting, but that. As if knowing that this kind of thing can't be said casually, Bunkamaru quietly whispered that word to Ryuhue-sama. Suddenly, Ruehue's face turned red, and then asked, Can't we do that? No, the last toxin should be concentrated there. I'll go find a ninja now, and it will be cured soon. Having said that, Bunkamaru nodded, and then was ready to quickly walk out. In the world of ninjas' work also includes this kind of treatment. They are all experts in this field, and it's not a problem for them to solve this kind of small matter. But before Bunkamaru took 2 steps, Ruehue hurriedly stopped him, and then said with a red face, Don't go find? I'll treat it. Chapter 274. What? The moment he heard Ruehue-sama's words, Bunkamaru was petrified. Wait, I must have misheard. There must be something wrong with my ears. Ruehue-sama definitely didn't say, Don't go out, I'll do it. How could she say such a thing? Because if he were to heal the dragon now, it would mean that he would need to. No way, right? Seeing the dull expression on Bunkamaru's face, Ruehue-sama sighed slightly. Ryuto-kuin's acupuncture points were sealed by you before. That means he should be clean until now, right? Theoretically, that's right. In Bunkamaru and Ruehue-sama's understanding, Ryuto was still in a sealed state. But because of the acupuncture treatment just now, the seal was broken. Then if that's the case, just find a random female ninja to help him. That would be too unfair to Ryuto-kun. Ruehue-sama shook her head slightly. It's not that Ruehue looks down on her ninja, but she knows that those ninja are a group of experienced ninjas. Asking them to help is it's a bit disrespectful to Ryudo, the kind that casually smears his innocence. Generally speaking, in this case, Colored Glaze should be the one to help, but the problem is that Colored Glaze's current identity is very special. Before solving the problem of Yatsuki, Ruehue-sama couldn't let Colored Glaze have anything to do with Ryuto, so as not to lose the last protective talisman. Therefore, in the case that Colored Glaze can't help, Ruehue-sama can only do it herself. But, Ruehue-sama, Okay, Bunkamaru, you go out first. Just find a reason to block Colored Glaze. Don't let her come in. This sigh. Seeing that Ruehue-sama had made up her mind, Bunkamaru sighed deeply and walked out with heavy steps. What the hell is this? When he walked out of the room and left the guest room for Ruehue and Ryuto to detoxify, Bunnyball really wanted to pierce his own head with a needle. He originally wanted to kill Ryuto, who had betrayed Ruehue-sama, who knew that he would make such a big mistake, even causing Ruehue-sama to be sacrificed. According to Bunnyball's knowledge, Ruehue-darin had never been close to a man since she was young. However, she took the initiative to accept this strange job. To her, this was too. Wait a minute. Could it be that it couldn't be? At this moment, Bunnyball suddenly recalled the incident where Rue Hui and Ryuto stayed in the room for an entire afternoon. Although Rue Hui and Ryuto were innocent at that time, judging from the situation after young mistress broke in, the two of them should be taking an afternoon nap together. This was enough to make one's imagination run wild. With Ruahue-sama's identity, how could she take an afternoon nap with a young man who could possibly be her son-in-law in the same room? This was the most ridiculous thing in the world. Unless Ruahue-sama really liked Ryuto, it wasn't the kind of love that a mother-in-law would have for her son-in-law. It was the love of a woman. If that was the case, it wasn't hard to understand why Ruahue-sama wanted him to detoxify. Sigh. This is troublesome. This is troublesome. How should I deal with this? Thinking of this, Bunnyball sighed and pushed open the door, giving Azure, who was peeking her head out, a fright. Whoa, Bunnyball, what's the situation inside? Because the guest room door was locked from the inside and Colored Glaze was tired from running around, she didn't have the strength to kick the door. She could only obediently wait at the door. Colored Glaze hurriedly grabbed Bunnyball and asked when he came out and immediately closed the door. When he saw Colored Glaze, cold sweat appeared on Bunnyball's forehead. How should he answer? He couldn't tell Miss that Madam was detoxifying someone inside, right? Although Bunnyball's strength was shocking and he was a top-notch expert in battle, his brain wasn't particularly good. Especially when facing a wise general like Miss Lioli, it was even more impossible for him to deceive her. Thus, he could only awkwardly say, Is it still okay inside? Why is it a rhetorical question? Colored Glaze frowned and asked again, I'm asking you, how is Ryuto's situation now? The young man should be fine now. Then he's fine? You can say that. Then let me go in and take a look. No. Seeing that Luli was about to push open the door and walk in, Rabbit Ball was so scared that his hair stood on end. What is this guy doing? Is there something wrong with him? No, Bunnyball isn't this kind of person. Could it be that something bad is happening inside? So Bunnyball can't let me in? After being startled by Bunnyball's sudden outburst, Colored Glaze paused for a moment before quickly grasping the crux of the problem. If Ryuto was really fine like Bunnyball said, then this old butler definitely wouldn't block the door and purposely prevent Colored Glaze from entering. But if something really happened to Ryuto, then Bunnyball wouldn't dare to lie to Colored Glaze. After all, if he really died, he couldn't lie to her forever. This meant that Ryuto should still be alive, but his situation wasn't good and he couldn't let Colored Glaze near him. Wait, Mother didn't come out? Why would Mother stay inside? Colored Glaze's suspicions grew when she thought of this. She pursed her lips and asked seriously, Mother is inside right now, right? Yes. It's like this. She's taking care of Ryuto? Yes. It's like this. But from your expression, you obviously don't want me to go in. This means that something is happening inside, and it's something that you can't let me know about. Yes. Bah. It's not like this. Seeing Bunnyball's flustered expression, Colored Glaze knew that she was right. Something was happening inside that she couldn't know about. Although that was the case, but what exactly was going on? Whatever. Let's go in first. Although she didn't know what was going on inside, with Colored Glaze's personality, she naturally wouldn't just stand there without moving. Thus, she snorted and said seriously, Move aside. I want to go in. That's not very good. Bunnyball, have you forgotten your identity? I'm telling you to move aside. You won't move aside? I can move aside, but not now. You have to wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. How long? Wait. It's hard to say. If it's fast, it'll be 3 minutes. If it's slow, it'll be around half an hour. Bunnyball didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he didn't know how long that brat Ryuto could last. If it was a female ninja who was proficient in this field, it should be done within a few minutes. But the problem was that the person inside was Ruehue-sama. According to Bunnyball's understanding of Ruehue-sama, he knew that she didn't usually study this field, so the speed and time were naturally harder to grasp. But how could such a perfunctory answer satisfy Colored Glaze? Thus, Colored Glaze took a deep breath and rushed towards the door without hesitation. She tried to push Bunnyball away. Seeing Colored Glaze rushing over, Bunny Ball could only smile bitterly and block her while shouting, Miss, you really can't go in. If I let you in now, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Nonsense, if I don't go in now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Who knows what you did to Ryuto? Ruehue-sama is inside now. Even if you don't believe me, I have to believe your mother. Mother? Hearing this, Colored Glaze's expression became worse. Then she said sternly, I should believe Mother. She lied to me for many years. I don't believe her. Don't forget, the first thing Colored Glaze did today was to scold Ruehue-sama for lying to her for so many years. Now, Bunny Ball said that he wanted to believe her. How could Colored Glaze believe her? What should she do? Sensing Colored Glaze's increasingly agitated emotions, Bunny Ball could only awkwardly block the door. He didn't know how to answer anyway. He could only try his best to block her and not let her in. Otherwise, if Miss Liuli entered the door now and saw the scene inside, she might faint on the spot and break off her relationship with Madame Ruehui after waking up. If that was the case, then Bunny Ball would become the eternal sinner of the Kamiyoshi clan. Then he would have to find a place to commit seppuku. However, a series of farce was happening in front of the guest room. Colored Glaze and Bunny Ball were arguing endlessly. One wanted to barge in, while the other would rather die than let her in. Ryuto, who was at the center of all this, was in a strange state, floating. In his half-awake state, Ryuto felt like his body was floating. His body was floating in the clouds. Some parts of his body could feel the soft touch of the clouds. Most importantly, he could still smell a familiar fragrance in his nose. This fragrance. Who was it again? Even for Ryuto, this fragrance was too recognizable. When he smelled this fragrance, he thought of a person. But because of the strange state he was in, he couldn't think of who that person was. But no matter what, this floating state made him feel very comfortable. It was as if he had rushed to the top of the sky and was about to rush out of the universe. Suddenly, Ryuto felt like he was falling and his eyes slowly opened. Ryuto-kun, you're awake. The moment he opened his eyes, what appeared in front of Long Do was the extremely familiar face of Luli. Before saying good morning, can you let me go first? After being reminded by Ruehui, Ryuto realized that he was still holding her in his arms like an old pervert, and he was holding the master of Kamiyoshi on the bed. When Ryuto let go of her hands, Ruehui also used her hands to support herself on the bed, and slowly got up from Ryuto's body. Her face had a strange expression that was indescribable. This child really scared me to death. For Ruehui, the scene just now was really thrilling. She just wanted to see if Ryuto had fully recovered, but she didn't expect that when her face leaned over, he would directly reach out and hug her. When she thought of the feeling of the strong arms hugging her, and the young man's deep breath on her neck, Ruehui's face became even redder. But even so, Ruehui wasn't an ordinary shy girl. She still smiled and teased Ryuto, who hurriedly sat up. Sorry, I'm a bit sweaty. It doesn't smell good. No. Ryuto heard her and quickly waved his hand. It's not like that. Lady Ruehui's body smells very. Bah. What am I saying? Doesn't this make me look like a pervert? When he thought of how he just held Lady Ruehui in his arms and smelled her for at least 10 seconds, Ryuto felt a rush of blood to his brain. It was the first time in his life that he felt so embarrassed. At this time, he could only sit on the bed like a primary school student who made a mistake. His hands were behind his back, and his head was slightly lowered, as if he didn't dare to look at anyone. Okay, just now. It was just an accident. Let's not talk about it anymore, okay? When she saw Ryuto's restrained appearance, Ruehui smiled and took the initiative to speak. But what Ryuto didn't notice was that when she said just now, her tone was slightly trembling. After all, the accident that Ryuto was thinking now was not the same as the accident in Ruehui's mind. In fact, the accident was over before Ryuto woke up. Okay. After hearing Lady Ruehui's words, Ryuto was slightly relieved. Then he quickly put on his shoes and stood up from the bed. What's going on? This feeling seems to be a bit not right. When he stood up, Ryuto realized that his body seemed to be a bit strange. As for what was strange, it was hard to say. Anyway, it didn't hurt or itch, but there was a feeling of emptiness and entering emptiness. Right, this situation is similar to when I was at Yunyan's house. Thinking of this, Ryuto showed a puzzled expression and asked Rue Hui, who had just turned around, "That, Lady Rue Hui? Did anything happen when I just fell asleep?" The moment she heard this sentence, Rue Hui, who was about to open the door for colored glaze, staggered and almost fell down. "Lady Rue Hui? No, I'm fine." Ahem. Rue Hui pretended to cough and calmed her emotions. Without turning her head, she said in a serious tone, "Nothing happened just now. Tuwan just gave you a few acupuncture needles, that's all." "Oh, all right, I think that should be the case." That feeling was probably just my imagination. Since Lady Rue Hui said so, Ryuto didn't think too much, but followed Rue Hui out of the room. But when he walked out, Ryuto unexpectedly found a strange situation. That was, Lady Rue Hui's legs didn't seem to be very nimble. She seemed to be trembling when she walked. Was it very stable? Why is this? Could it be that Lady Rue Hui's illness hasn't fully recovered after taking the Hooligan 100 Immortals pill? That's why she walked so strangely? Thinking of this, Ryuto looked at Rue Hui's upper body again. But after seeing the white neck exposed from the collar of the kimono, his face couldn't help but blush. Kimono was a type of clothing that had a strong appeal to a woman's neck. It would make people feel that that part of the neck was especially beautiful. On the other hand, Madame Rue Hui was a devastatingly beautiful woman, so her neck was naturally as white and slender as a swan's. When he thought about how he just hugged her and smelled around her neck for a long time, Ryuto had a feeling of shame. Although Lady Rue Hui said not to mention this matter again, I'm afraid that for a long time in the future, as long as Ryuto saw her neck, he would remember his hooligan behavior at that time. It was really too embarrassing. But then again, Lady Rue Hui's body fragrance is really nice, and it seems like the one floating beside me in my dream is also this smell. Although he knew that he shouldn't think too much, Ryuto couldn't help but think of the dream he had before, where he was floating on the clouds. When he was floating on the clouds, his body was surrounded by this nice body fragrance. Now that he thought about it, it should be because Lady Rue Hui had been taking care of him. That's why he kept smelling that fragrance. Creak. While Long Do was letting his imagination run wild, Rue Hui, who was walking unnaturally, pushed open the door to the guest room, giving Rabbit Ball and Azurite, who had been confronting each other for a long time, a fright. At this time, Colored Glaze was panting as she sat on the railing of the corridor to recover her strength. It was obvious that she couldn't break through Rabbit Ball's blockade for a long time. Seeing that the door was finally pushed open, Colored Glaze quickly rushed over and shouted, "Mother, it's been half an hour." Ryuto, you're fine. Halfway through her words, Colored Glaze saw Ryuto, who followed Rue Hui out. Then she happily jumped towards Ryuto. Okay, I'm fine. Don't worry." Ryuto also hugged Colored Glaze in his arms and patted her back gently like he was coaxing a child. When she saw the two hugging, Rue Hui's smile seemed to be a bit stiff, but she still didn't say anything and just stood quietly at the side, pretending to be an outsider. But in reality, she was no longer an outsider. Due to her family's hereditary disease, although Rue Hui was actually over 50, she still had the physical condition of a 30-year-old. In other words, she was now both a wolf and a tiger, and at the same time sucking dirt. It was terrifying. The reason why Rue Hui had been able to suppress her feminine side before was mainly because she was smart and had a high EQ, so she could control herself. Plus, she was busy with work, so she was busy with things that she shouldn't be thinking about. So she just let it be. But just because she didn't think about it didn't mean it didn't exist. The water in this dam couldn't be released, and it had been accumulating for several decades. When this dam suddenly burst open, It naturally felt like there were 10,000 horses galloping, 10,000 streams surging, covering the sky and earth. It's over. It's over. Why is my mind filled with that? Rue Hui had originally planned to lie down on her bed and rest, but who knew that the moment she got up, her mind would be filled with Ryudo, his young and strong body, as well as her extremely embarrassing actions. The more she thought about it, the more Rue Hui felt like she couldn't sleep at all. She kept tossing and turning until she felt dizzy and entered a dream. In her dream, Rue Hui seemed to be dreaming of the man who had completely entered her life not long ago. She dreamed of his young, tender, and loving face. Ill-fated relationship? It's really ill-fated. Even in her dream, Rue Hui couldn't help but think like this, because this was indeed a strange relationship that she absolutely couldn't let others know. In this tangled time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, the hot summer had completely passed, and the slightly sad autumn also quickly came to an end. The weather in the middle of October was a state between autumn and winter. It wasn't too cold, but it was more or less a bit cold. It was a relatively comfortable kind. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the lobby of the Tokyo Emperor Hotel, located in the bustling downtown area of Tokyo, a unique mobilization meeting was being held in full swing. Standing on the temporarily built podium in the lobby was a man who looked gentle and weak, but gave people a strange kind of courage. And under the podium, there was a group of bodyguards wearing a uniform black uniform. They had a strong body and sharp eyes. At first glance, it was obvious that they had experienced hundreds of battles. On the uniforms of this group of bodyguards, there was a golden dragon swirling sky badge. This was the proof of membership of Tokyo's largest security company, the Rulong Security Company. After more than half a year, people in Tokyo were no longer unfamiliar with this security company. It was said that the members of this security company were all smart and capable, and the leader was also smart and farsighted. In just half a year, their name was well known, and they almost took over the security work of half of Tokyo's rich circle. The success rate was 100%, and they absolutely guaranteed that the employer would not suffer any damage during the period of protection. This was the promise given by the Rulong Security Company, and they did indeed achieve this. How could they boast such a big mouth and also be able to smoothly complete it? There were rumors that the Rulong Security Company was inextricably linked to the current Tokyo and even Japan's largest extreme organization, the Black Hand Alliance. In the past half a year, the Black Hand Alliance, an extreme overlord formed by the Rulong Group, the Big Dipper Alliance, and the Black Hand Alliance had fully demonstrated their absolute authority in various areas. They gathered and managed intelligence through the nightclubs and other departments under the Black Hand Alliance. Then, the Rulong Group members supported by the Big Dipper Alliance carried out the cleanup and encirclement. In just a few months, the Black Hand Alliance had almost all of the extreme forces in Tokyo, big and small. They killed, chased away, and collected income. After such a reorganization, the entire underworld of Tokyo was now almost ruled by the Black Hand Alliance. Nothing could escape their eyes, and no one could be unreasonable in front of them. With such a behemoth behind them, the business of the Rulong Security Company naturally grew bigger and bigger. When most of the people in the underworld heard that their targets were protected by this company, they would automatically give up assassinations, kidnappings, and extortion, lest they were caught and thrown into the Gulf of Tokyo to feed the fish. At this time, there was a saying in the underworld of Tokyo: if you don't worship the Black Hand Alliance when you enter Tokyo, you will be in big trouble. Although it was half a joke, it was enough to let people clearly understand the identity of the Black Hand Alliance in the Tokyo area. It was no exaggeration to say that they were the real underground emperor. And today, even the security of the Saito Guild, young lady, Saito Dunia's 16th birthday ceremony was completed by this special security company. As everyone knew, the Saito Guild was a famous fighting organization, but today, the security of such a big venue was handed over to an outsider. This also showed the ability of the Rulong Security Company. Seeing that it was almost time for the opening of the banquet, the general manager of the Rulong Security Company, Takahara Masato, stood in the hall and commanded the bodyguards below. Remember, today is Miss Dunia's coming-of-age ceremony. No mistakes are allowed, understand? Understood. In an instant, a thunderous response came from below, and the response was uniform. It was obvious that this group of bodyguards had undergone very formal training. What should we do when the guests arrive later? Serve them with smiles. Welcome them warmly. What if someone causes trouble later? Take them to the toilet. Beat them half to death. Yes, let's get to work. Following Gao Yuan's order, a large group of professional bodyguards who had been promoted from the Rulong group quickly scattered around the Tokyo Emperor Hotel and began to guard their posts. Soon after, as magnificent cars drove toward the hotel one after another, the grand coming-of-age ceremony of the Princess of the North slowly began. Chapter 277. While the guests were slowly taking their seats on the 50th floor of the Tokyo Emperor Hotel, in the room where Ryuto kidnapped Dunya, a girl was in the bathroom, letting the warm water flow over her body. 16 years old. After today, I'll be 16 years old? At this time, as the main character of this coming-of-age ceremony, the little princess of the north, Dunya, was taking a bath in the room while slowly thinking about her future and life. For the previous Dunya, she always felt that these things were very far away from her. Things like becoming an adult, graduating, getting a job, getting married, and so on. It was as if they were in the next life. But after today, after this coming-of-age ceremony, everything seemed to be right in front of her. Especially when his father was still discussing with a certain someone in the living room when they were going to get married. At this time, in the living room, Saito Takahiro was persuading Ryuto, son-in-law, why don't you just propose during this coming-of-age ceremony? Don't waste such a big show. Uncle Takahiro, she's only 16. I'll be 17 soon. There's no need to be in such a hurry. After hearing the words of the curator of the Saito Guild Hall, Ryudo, who was wearing a handsome black suit, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After half a year, Ryudo, who was almost 17 years old, was obviously a lot more mature than when he first came to the warehouse. Especially after getting involved in the Black Hand Alliance and the Rulong Security Company, his aura as the Extreme Dao Master became more and more intense. In this case, even if Ryudo stood next to Saito Takahiro, his aura didn't lose at all. It was impossible to tell that they were father-in-law and son-in-law. Of course, this father-in-law and son-in-law relationship was something that Takahiro blindly believed. For the time being, Ryudo didn't plan to marry Dunya so soon. The two of them were still too young. Although Japan had a rule that one could get married at the age of 16, there weren't many people who would actually do so. Most of them had no choice but to do so after getting pregnant. However, Wu Hong's words gave him a different feeling. He raised his eyebrows and glared at him. Hey, don't tell me you're not going to deny it after eating it. Eat up. Ryudo's eyes widened when he heard that. Don't insult my innocence for no reason. What did I eat and wipe away? You're still denying it? Dunya often went to look for you, and even stayed at your house. I don't believe that you haven't done anything to her. At this point, Wu Hong crossed his arms in front of his chest with an attitude that said, if you don't admit it, I'll beat you to death. It was as if he didn't feel that his words were embarrassing at all. Why would I do anything to Dunya? I really didn't. Suddenly, Ryudo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he quickly shook his head. Indeed, in the past few months, Dunya did come to look for him frequently and even stayed overnight at the Rulong Group headquarters. However, how could Ryudo do that to Dunya? After all, compared to Yunyin and Colored Glaze, who were even more intimate, Ryudo and Dunya were just bad friends until now. The two of them were on good terms, but they didn't have any romantic feelings. On one hand, it was because Dunya was still young and she hadn't opened her eyes to love. On the other hand, Ryudo felt that she was too young to do anything to her. Therefore, in this period of time, Ryudo, Yunyin, and Colored Glaze often kissed and hugged, but he always treated Dunya as a friend. Not to mention doing anything to her. He didn't even kiss her. Who knew that after Ryudo said this, Wu Hong became even angrier. He said angrily, "Oh, then you're looking down on my daughter." Why would I? I still like Dunya. It's just what? It's just that I still can't see her as a woman. You know, whether it's her body or her personality. Although he didn't want to say this in front of Wu Hong, Ryudo had no choice but to say it. Did he like Dunia? Yes, he did. But liking her didn't mean that they had chemistry. Until now, Dunia didn't give Ryudo a moment of chemistry like Yin and Colored Glaze. Even if they shared a cup and kissed indirectly, neither of them would blush or have their hearts beat faster. It wasn't because Dunia was pretty or not. It was because the two of them got along too naturally and didn't have chemistry. It was just like how childhood sweethearts who were too familiar with each other wouldn't fall in love with each other. Well, it's not that I don't understand. Hearing this, Wu Hong couldn't help but sigh and smile bitterly. Compared to the child's mother, Ovila, she really doesn't have any feminine charm. Although Dunia looked cute, she didn't have any feminine charm. This was a fact that Wu Hong couldn't deny, especially when compared to her mother. In fact, from Dunia's doll-like beautiful appearance and Wu Hong's rough appearance, it wasn't hard to see that Dunia's mother had beautiful genes. The woman that made Wu Hong abandon his position as the successor of the Saito Club and stay in the snowy northern kingdom, and even fall out with his family to marry her, was a world-famous ballet dancer. At the same time, she was also the chief dancer of the Moscow Lavsky Theater Ballet Company. Back then, Ovila wasn't just beautiful. Her outstanding temperament and elegant figure made people fall head over heels for her. She was even known as the Northern Kingdom Princess and was treated as a national treasure by the entire country. Wu Hong was attracted by the beauty and temperament of the Northern Kingdom Princess. Coincidentally, when Ovila was being forced by a nobleman, he stood up and chased away all the lackeys sent by the nobleman. That was how he won the heart of the beauty. It's a pity that Ovila died young. Dunia followed me, a rough man. Naturally, she was influenced by my rough habits. It's all my fault. When mentioning his late wife, Wu Hong's tone couldn't help but become gloomy. If Ovila didn't die so early, Dunia wouldn't have followed her mother for a longer time. She wouldn't have become such a tomboy. She would have been an elegant little princess. Don't say that. No one wants that. Suddenly, Ryudo walked over and patted Wu Hong's shoulder. Obviously, he understood the feelings of his future father-in-law. However, just when the two men were chatting in the hall, a slender figure was standing at the corner of the hall with her back against the wall. Speaking of which, Dunia had just finished showering and changed into a beautiful princess dress. She was preparing to quietly go out to receive the praise of her father and Ryuto. But she didn't expect that when she came to the corner, she would hear such an unexpected conversation. So that's how it is. I don't have the charm of a woman? Originally, Dunia had just passed her 16th birthday. She had suddenly turned from a young girl into an adult. She was somewhat anxious about the future. But at this time, she heard the conversation between Ryudo and Wu Hong. Her mood became even worse. So, Dunia didn't dare to let the two know that she was here. She quietly returned to her room and stood in front of the large full-body mirror to look at herself. Her reflection in the mirror was a young girl with unparalleled beauty. At this time, Dunia was wearing a gorgeous princess dress decorated with ribbons and lace. Coupled with her long silver hair that flowed down like a waterfall, her skin that was as white as porcelain, and her facial features that looked like they were drawn with a ruler, she was as beautiful as a dream. If all other factors were excluded, Dunia's beauty was actually top-notch. Compared to Yin and Colored Glaze, she was even better. But if a man had to choose a wife, his first choice wouldn't be Dunia. At least, Ryudo's first choice wouldn't be her. And the reason for this, Dunia was actually well aware of it. Charm of a woman? I've never thought about this before. Dunia, who was standing in front of the full-length mirror, sighed slightly. She slowly took out a pendant from her white neck. As the pendant opened, the small photo inside was exposed to the young girl's eyes. In the photo were two women, one big and one small. The small one looked innocent and very cute. The big one was elegant and moving. Her whole body emitted a strong aura of beauty. This photo was a photo of Dunia and her mother, Ovila. It was also the last photo of Ovila before she passed away from illness 10 years ago. Her mother in the photo was just like how Dunia remembered her. Not only was she beautiful and moving, but she also had a special charm. Her every frown, every smile, every action seemed to attract the attention of others. The spotlight on the stage uncontrollably fell on this princess of the Northern Kingdom. Ovyla was a woman with this ability. However, although Dunia inherited Ovila's beauty, she obviously didn't inherit her temperament, or rather, she didn't have the time to inherit her temperament. After looking at the photo, Dunia couldn't help but slowly lower her head to look at her feet that were wearing round leather shoes. She recalled the scene when her mother taught her ballet when she was young. Dance is a kind of magic that brings out a girl's charm to the extreme. Dunia is so beautiful. If she learned how to dance, who knows how many boys would fall for her when she grows up. Back then, her mother said as she reached out to stroke Dunia's little head. Then, she gave her a pair of ballet shoes that were specially made for her younger daughter. Even if Dunia was a few times heavier than a normal person, as long as she had this pair of shoes, she would be able to dance lightly and gracefully. That was obviously what Ovyla had in mind back then. It was a pity that all of these dreams had vanished with Ovila's departure. Since her mother passed away 10 years ago, Dunia never practiced ballet again. She never wore the pair of dancing shoes that she treasured when she was young. Until today, that pair of shoes was still in the cabinet. However, her feet had become too big and couldn't fit in anymore. Chapter 278. The Pearl of the Northern Kingdom, the daughter of Moscow's top dancer, Ovyla, didn't know how to dance. She was also a rough, clumsy little bear who only cared about fighting and drinking vodka. Thinking of this, Dunia couldn't help but smile bitterly. She then looked at the girl in the mirror who was only beautiful, but was actually a tomboy. For the first time, she couldn't help but feel disgusted with herself. Mother is obviously an elegant and noble woman. Am I disgracing her like this? Originally, Dunia was already at the age of 16 and had just entered adulthood. After suddenly understanding the gap between her and her mother, the feeling was like adding salt to the wound. It was obviously a once-in-a-lifetime coming-of-age ceremony. She was wearing the best clothes. She was dressed like a little princess. Her entire family and many friends came from afar to celebrate with her. But now Dunia couldn't feel happy at all. She even felt like a clown, and wanted to leave here as soon as possible and find a place where no one was. Knock, 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 knock. At this time, there was a slight knocking sound from the door, followed by Ryudo's signature voice. Hey, Dunia, have you changed your clothes? Yes. Then can I come in? Yes. After getting Dunia's permission, Ryudo pushed the door open and walked in with a smile. Oh. Today's little princess is so beautiful. Seeing Dunia's exquisite clothes, Ryudo couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Indeed, Dunia was a stunning beauty to begin with, and after washing up and dressing up, she looked like a fairy from an oil painting that had descended to the mortal world. It made people want to give her a whirlwind and throw her around. But in the face of Ryudo's praise, Dunia just glanced at him and walked out. At the same time, she said, Let's go. The banquet is about to start. Oh, what happened? Following Dunia outside, Ryudo couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Although his nerves were a bit thick, he could clearly feel the strange aura from Dunia. What happened to her? It's my birthday and coming-of-age ceremony. Why is she so unhappy? Is it because there's no vodka to drink? Or is it because there's no cream pancake to eat? Poor thing. After going back, I'll ask someone to prepare more vodka and cream pancakes for her to eat. Longdo didn't think too much about Dunia's strange mood at this time. He simply summed it up with a reason that a young girl might be unhappy with. And in this coming-of-age ceremony, Dunia's performance was very normal. All the members of the Saitu Guild Hall, who came from afar, sat in rows in the banquet hall. Under the warm hospitality of Wu Hong and the other members of the Saitu Guild Hall, this banquet could be said to be very enjoyable for both the guests and the host, especially when Dunia, dressed in a gorgeous dress, walked to the podium to speak as the protagonist of today's banquet. Her maturity and sense of steadiness surprised everyone. Oh, Dunia is so steady today. It looks like she really grew up. When Dunia finished her speech and walked down the podium, Ryudo clapped his hands and smiled at Colored Glaze and Yunyin, who were sitting next to him. Because today was a banquet occasion, the two beauties wore a very standard dress, but Colored Glaze's was a Japanese dress, and Yunyin's was a Western dress. These two beauties sitting next to Ryudo gave people the feeling of one foot on two ships, two big aircraft carriers. It was really a pity, like two flowers inserted in a giant cow dung. But at this moment, Colored Glaze slightly raised her eyebrows and sneered. Do you think Dunia suddenly grew up? So that's why she looks like that? Huh. Otherwise? At this time, Colored Glaze had already hinted at something, but Ryudo obviously didn't notice it. Idiot. She obviously has something in her heart, and she's depressed. So that's why she's like this. You really don't understand a woman's heart. Seeing Ryudo's dull look, Colored Glaze really wanted to punch him. Although Dunia had been pretending as if nothing had happened, Colored Glaze's sharp eyes and meticulous thoughts naturally saw through that guy's underwear at a glance. Without a doubt, Dunia was feeling depressed because she didn't know what was going on. The most exaggerated thing was that Ryudo actually didn't see it at all, which made Colored Glaze feel pity for his nerves that were thicker than steel. How did this young lady fall for this fellow at that time? Could it be that I fell for his fearless personality? Thinking of this, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh deeply, as if she was silently mourning for her hopelessly low standards in choosing a partner. Dunia has something in her heart? Feeling down? Huh. Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. At this time, after hearing Colored Glaze's words, Ryudo finally realized that there was something wrong with that guy just now. Usually, Dunia was an optimist who showed everything on her face. Other than fighting, drinking, and eating, she basically didn't have any special hobbies. Because of this, Dunia usually didn't reveal the sentimental emotions of a young girl. Over time, it was very easy for people to overlook that she was actually just a 16-year-old little girl. After her coming-of-age ceremony ended, Dunia, who walked down from the podium, didn't follow her father to the dining table. Instead, she found an excuse to go to a secluded corridor not far away. To be honest, it wasn't that Dunia wasn't hungry, but she felt that she didn't have the appetite to eat, as if there was a stone blocking her heart. But it had to be said that this method of escaping made her feel very ashamed, because Dunia had already decided not to escape, but she still didn't want to go to the crowded banquet hall. Phew, what am I doing? Unknowingly, Dunia couldn't help but sigh. I also want to know what you're doing. Tell me. It's useless even if I tell you. People like me. Yeah. Originally, Dunia wanted to casually say, people like me are probably hopeless. But halfway through, she realized that the wall beside her definitely couldn't talk. So Dunia quickly turned her head and saw that Ryudo's figure in a black suit was already here, looking at her with a curious gaze. When she realized that the sentence just now was actually Ryudo's question, Dunia almost instinctively broke into a run, throwing her determination to not escape into the smelly ditch. Whoosh! But before Dunia could run a step, a warm, wide hand grabbed her right wrist, and then the seemingly light, but actually heavy body was pulled back. Hey! Immediately running when you see me. Are you acting out a Cinderella? Speaking of which, your crystal shoes didn't fall off. After pulling back Dunia, who wanted to run in a hurry, Ryudo looked at her feet wrapped in white stockings and leather shoes, as if he was questioning why the shoes were still firmly on her feet. When she was pulled back by Ryuto, Dunia first snorted, then lowered her head and said in a small voice, "Humph, what does it have to do with you?" Although she was pulled back by Ryuto, Dunia was actually still in a depressed state, so she wasn't in the mood to mess around with this idiot. What's wrong? Is there something you're unhappy about? Who pissed you off? Should I beat him up to help you vent your anger? Seeing that the little girl was unwilling to talk to him, Ryuto put his arm around her shoulder as usual and pretended to be a boss as he spoke into her ear. Who knew that after Ryuto put his arm around her shoulder, Dunia's face turned red, and she quickly shook her shoulder to shake off his stinky hand, and then quickly stepped back a few steps. What's wrong? Why is this guy like a little hedgehog today? I can't even get close? Ryuto, who was shaken off by Dunia's hand, was somewhat puzzled at this time. After all, if it was normal, Dunia would tell him immediately if she was unhappy about something. Weren't the two of them good buddies who could talk about anything? Why did it suddenly become like this? He couldn't even hug her shoulder? Just as Ryudo was puzzled, the small phone in his pocket vibrated a few times, indicating that there was an incoming call. Sorry, I have to take the call first. After saying goodbye to Dunia, Ryudo turned around and took out the anti-eavesdropping phone that Sensible specially made for him. He pressed the answer button. From the caller ID, it was one of the 3 leaders of the Black Hand Alliance, Kaiyong. He was also the leader of the Big Dipper Alliance Armed Front. Because Kaiyong and Ryuto were from the same hometown, the two would occasionally go to Tessa's shop to drink, so their relationship was quite close. Hello, Kaiyong? What's up? Ryuto, because the Tomahawk in Moscow has a new leader, they want to sign a new weapons supply contract with us, and the price will be tripled. After the call was connected, Kaiyang's calm voice came from the other side, but the words didn't sound so good. As the leader of the Big Dipper Alliance, Kaiyang's main business was to smuggle firearms from all over the world, and the main supplier was the Northern Mafia, which was the bear named Tomahawk. Tomahawk? Tripling the price? Hearing this, Ryudo couldn't help but snort. Are their brains fried? Triple? They're not the only supplier in the Northern Mafia. We won't buy from anyone else at this price. The problem is that the large mafia, including the Emotion and the Arctic villains, have already refused to negotiate with us, and they have threatened not to let other small dealers contact us. So that's why they want to extort us. Suddenly, Ryudo understood what the Emotion Mafia were thinking. They saw that the Black Hand Alliance was rising too quickly in Japan, so they wanted to extort more from Ryudo and the others. Kaiyong, I want to go to Moscow to see the new leader of the Tomahawk. Arrange it for me immediately. You? Personally? That's not good. It might be dangerous. Those guys aren't normal. It's okay. They're not normal, and I'm not normal either. Saying this, Ryudo couldn't help but reveal a bloodthirsty smile, and at the same time, he couldn't help but loosen his muscles. After all, he hadn't personally dealt with someone in a long time, and recently, he was itching for a fight. Coincidentally, this dumb bear came to his door, so how could he not exercise? Chapter 279. Speaking of the Mafia, most people may not have a deep impression of them because they are not as famous as the Italian Mafia, the Japanese Yakuza, the Mexican drug lords, and other big organizations. However, only those who were in the know would know that Mao Xiong's Mafia had a long history and a long history. It was the only mafia in the world that had a complete industrial chain and the largest range of influence. The earliest mafia came from the Gulag, a labor camp under the Soviet system. It was the largest labor camp in the world and even in the history of mankind. It was said that more than 20 million people had been imprisoned in it for decades. With such a large number of prisoners, it unintentionally formed a special small society. The only thing this society believed in was the dark code of absolute power. In the end, an unprecedented profession was even born in the Gulag, disciplinary bandit. Before joining the profession, they had to swear an oath of complete obedience to the precepts of crime and refuse to work legally. All necessities had to be obtained through crime. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to starve or freeze. From a certain perspective, a law thief was a pure bad guy with a goal. It was impossible to work. Even if they starved to death, they would not work. If there was no food, they would rob. If there was no money, they would steal. Whoever dared to work to earn money for their family was a traitor. They would drown in the toilet. After the outbreak of World War II, many law thieves in the Gulag were sent to the battlefield and became members of the punishment camp. Basically, they were the ultimate cannon fodder who charged at the front of the battle and were responsible for taking bullets. Although the law thieves suffered heavy casualties during World War II, some of them survived and returned to the Gulag prison. Those who survived from the cannon fodder camp were basically people that even the king of hell wouldn't dare to accept. They were fierce men who had truly experienced blood and fire. Every day, they would put their heads on their waists and charge towards long guns and cannons. In the end, as the Gulag was completely abolished, these fierce men who had fought in wars carried guns, and worked in labor camps were directly thrown into normal society, thus giving birth to all kinds of mafias. From this point of view, the Japanese Kyoto that Ryudo and the others belonged to was simply a kindergarten-level organization compared to the Malbert Mafia. Whether it was combat power, organizational ability, or history, they were not on the same level. In the legends of the Malbert Mafia, the most exciting and unbelievable thing was that this group of guys had once sold nuclear materials. It was said that someone once went to the Malbert Mafia and said that he wanted to buy a nuclear submarine. In the end, the mafia manager did not say that he had it, nor did he say that he did not have it. Instead, he directly asked, "Do you want it with missiles or without missiles?" Of course, this might just be a joke, but it also reflected how much wealth the mafia had received after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It even included some top scientists who specialized in nuclear weapons. It was simply a fantasy. Therefore, Mao Xiong's mafia was very strong, very strong. It was not the ordinary kind of strong. It belonged to the type whose strength far exceeded their fame. Kaiyang, who had been working with Tomahawk and other mafias for many years, was naturally very clear about this situation. Therefore, he obviously didn't approve of Ryudo's move to go to Moscow to negotiate with those guys. Kaiyang certainly knew how good his boss was at fighting, but from a certain perspective, it wasn't a matter of whether he could fight or not. The mafia absorbed a lot of nutrients from the collapse of the Soviet Union, which was a huge opportunity that no other mafia in the world had. There were a lot of guns, ammunition, and even all kinds of heavy weapons. Even if Ryudo could fight, as long as he was surrounded by dozens, hundreds, or thousands of submachine guns, he would still die on the spot. You should think carefully. That's their territory. No matter how many people we send, they have more people. We don't need to send a lot of people. We're just going to negotiate with the new leader of Tomahawk, not to start a war. But the new leader, don't worry. If we really fight, he can only jump here. Anyway, go and arrange for Mao Xiong's people to prepare to welcome him. I'll fly over tomorrow. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Ryudo, Kaiyang could only sigh. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly contacted the most elite members of the Black Hand Alliance in Mao Xiong. Regardless of whether or not the negotiations with Ryudo would succeed, at the very least, they had to ensure his personal safety. This was what Kaiyang cared about the most. What new head of Tomahawk? I don't know what he's talking about. After hanging up the phone, Long Do subconsciously complained. However, before he turned his head, a complicated voice came from the side. Are you going to Moscow? Tomorrow? Ryudo looked to the side and saw that Dunia had unknowingly snuck up to his side. Presumably, the little princess had heard some of the conversation just now. Yes, I have some business problems to deal with. I want to go too. You also want. By the way, Moscow is your hometown, right? You were born there? If Ryudo remembered correctly, Dunia was born in Moscow, the capital of Mao Xiong, and lived there until she was 6 years old. It was also after Dunia's mother passed away that Wu Hong, who didn't have any relatives in Moscow, brought Dunia back to Japan. It could be said that Moscow, for Dunia, was a hometown that existed only in her memories. Even if she went back once a year to pay respects to her mother, the father and daughter were in a hurry and didn't have a good time there for a long time. If it was under normal circumstances, Ryudo naturally wouldn't refuse Dunia's request. But this time, Ryudo didn't go to Moscow for a vacation, but to negotiate with the mafia. The so-called negotiation, especially the negotiation with Mao Xiong, really anything could happen. If there was a disagreement, there might be a killing on the spot. With Ryudo's current inhuman strength, he certainly didn't have to be afraid of the mafia like Tomahawk. But if he brought Dunia with him, it seemed that he was looking down on her. It doesn't matter. After telling Dunia the ins and outs, she said faintly, "It's just the mafia. It's not like I haven't been chased by the mafia with my father when I was a child." Mafia? Well, Wu Hong did do this kind of thing. Hearing this, Ryudo remembered that Wu Hong and Kazuma fought with the mafia in Siberia before. Although Ryudo didn't see it with his own eyes, it was said that the two had killed the mafia there before. Dunia might have been involved when she was a child. Of course, The most important thing was that Dunia was not an ordinary little girl now. In the past few months, Dunia had mastered the martial arts of Saitu Club to a very high level. She even defeated many teachers. Her strength was quite amazing. Now she did have the confidence to not put the ordinary mafia in her eyes. However, the trip to Moscow this time was indeed very difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, Longdo really didn't want to bring Dunia along. But she stubbornly insisted on going with them, so there was no other way. If you don't take me, then I will go by myself. It's none of your business if something happens. Since Dunia had already put it this way, Longdo had no choice but to take her along. After all, it was more dangerous for her to go to Moscow alone. With the power of Tomahawk, they would definitely find out her relationship with Ryudo and capture her as a hostage. So, early the next morning, Ryudo booked a ticket to Moscow with Dunia. They set off from Tokyo International Airport and flew to Moscow Sheremetyevo Airport. From Tokyo to Moscow, the flight time was almost 9 hours. Throughout the flight, Dunia had an indifferent look on her face. She didn't seem to be happy at all. Dunia, do you want to eat potato chips? No. Dunia, do you want to play games? I brought 2 game consoles. I don't want to play. Dunia, I ordered cream cookies for you in the cabin at noon. Are you happy? Thank you. Just like this, no matter how Ryudo tried to get close to her, Dunia, who was sitting next to the window, just looked at the scenery outside the window and didn't say a word. Needless to say, this Dunia was actually quite pleasing to the eye. Previously, Ryudo's comment on Dunia was, "What a beautiful little loli. It's a pity that she has a mouth." After all, at that time, Dunia was degrading and cursing as soon as she opened her mouth. At this time, Dunia became much quieter. The expression on her face was very cold, and she didn't even speak. With the northern-style light blue broggy dress on her body, she looked like a beautiful doll. But even so, Ryudo was still a little worried when he saw her like this. Yesterday, at the coming-of-age ceremony of Miss Saitu, her "I don't love anyone" look was very surprising. Who would have thought that after getting on the plane a day later, Tonia's attitude was still the same, and there was no change at all? What's wrong with her? Why does she feel like she was wronged? But Dunia didn't look like the kind of person who would cry after being wronged. For Ryuto, who was relatively insensitive, he couldn't understand Dunia's delicate thoughts at this time. After trying all kinds of methods, he could only let her calm down for a while. 9 hours later, the flight successfully arrived at the Sheremetyevo airport of the northern capital Moscow. Although it was October at the end of autumn, the weather in Moscow was very cold compared to Tokyo. Even if there was no snow today, the temperature was still in the single digits. Moscow. I'm back. After getting off the plane, Dunia looked at the city where she was born, and a complicated expression flashed in her eyes. Chapter 280. When Ryudo and Dunia got off the plane and walked out of the exit, he saw an Asian man holding a sign with the strange surname Tongnyo in the crowded pickup line. According to Kaiyang, he would do his best to arrange all the forces of the Big Dipper Alliance in Moscow to ensure Ryudo's safety. Naturally, there would be local members responsible for the pickup. Because there were spies everywhere in Moscow, they couldn't use the conspicuous surname Tongsheng. After all, the boss of the Black Hand Alliance, Ryudo Kiryu, was already quite famous worldwide. "Hello, Boss Tongsheng." Seeing Ryudo and Dunia walking over, the Asian man quickly put away the sign and quickly bowed to them. He also made a special communication gesture of the Black Hand Alliance. Currently, under the management of Long Do, Lu Li, and the others, the alliance already had a complete set of systems. From the communication between superiors and subordinates to all kinds of secret codes, they had everything. Even the Foreign Intelligence Network had been completely set up. When he followed the elite member from the Big Dipper Alliance out, Ryudo asked casually, "Now the boss of Tomahawk already knows I'm coming, right?" "Yes. Boss Kaiyang has already sent a meeting request to Mr. Yakov, and they also responded that Boss Tongsheng is welcome at any time." "Oh, you mainly deal with Tomahawk here, right? You should be familiar with their new boss, Yakov. What kind of person do you think he is?" When asked this question, the Han man named Ishin frowned slightly and said cautiously, Mr. Yakov is the most despicable villain. I don't think I can trust anything he says. According to what Ishin knew, the new boss of Tomahawk, Yakov, was the son-in-law of the old boss, Bolev. Since he married Bolev's daughter, he had made a meteoric rise in the gang. Even after Bolev's accidental death not long ago, he naturally became the new head of the gang. The old boss of Tomahawk, Bolev, had been an old friend of Kaiyong for more than 10 years. If Bolev was still alive, there was no way he would have made such an extortionate request to the Black Hand Alliance. Ishin had seen Yakov many times over the years in Moscow. How should he put it? Every time, he felt that this man was filled with deep malice. Recently, the underground world of Moscow has been spreading like wildfire, saying that Bolev's death is related to Yakov. I believe this rumor 100%. After bringing Ryudo and Dunya to the airport, Ishin directed several men in suits to drive over and welcome his brother and sister-in-law into the car. It took about an hour to drive from Sheremetyevo Airport to Moscow City, which gave Ryudo and Ishin some time to communicate. In other words, the problem this time is probably the new boss of Tomahawk, Yakov, right? After getting in the car, Ryudo looked at Dunya, who was leaning against the window, seemingly deep in thought, and asked Ishin, who was sitting in the passenger seat. It's hard to say, but Ishin shook his head. He signaled the driver to drive and calmly reported, if it was only Yakov alone, he would at most control Tomahawk to not trade with us. But this time, there are 7 or 8 other mafia groups that refuse to trade with us. This is not something Yakov can do. According to what Kaiyong had said, 7 or 8 mafias in Moscow, including Beremo and Arctic Scoundrel, had rejected the arms deal with the Black Hand Alliance. This matter was truly unusual. If it was only Yakov who had a problem, then he could only represent Tomahawk at most. It was impossible for him to have the power to involve so many other mafias. After all, those mafias and Tomahawk were competitors and even enemies. So I suspect that there is a bigger force involved. Or it's not a suspicion, but there is definitely a bigger force involved, but I haven't figured out who it is. Oh, why do you say that? Because according to our intelligence network, Tomahawk and other mafia groups seem to be doing a huge deal to sell some very special materials. Very special materials? Hearing this, Ryudo asked jokingly, what materials are so special? Big Ivan. Exactly. What? Originally, Longdo only wanted to tease Ishin, but who would have thought that Ishin would nod his head? This immediately shocked Longdo. The so-called Big Ivan was the largest hydrogen bomb made by the Soviet Union. It was also the most powerful bomb in size, weight, and power among all the types of bombs detonated by humans. Ishin said that someone wanted to buy the materials to make Big Ivan, which meant that those people wanted to buy the materials to make thermonuclear weapons. It was extremely difficult to buy nuclear materials in today's world. After all, this thing was not something that could be bought with money. Just finding a buyer was close to a fantasy. But just because it was extremely difficult didn't mean it was impossible. According to Ishin, when the Soviet Union collapsed a few decades ago, a batch of nuclear materials was distributed to KGB agents and some armed organizations. Some nuclear physics scientists even cooperated with the mafia after the collapse of the Soviet Union to deal with these things. Although after so many years, there weren't many mafia groups that still had nuclear materials on hand. But coincidentally, Tomahawk, Mozambique, Arctic Villains, and other mafia groups each had a small batch of enriched uranium and other radioactive materials. Together, it was enough to make a big guy. Based on the timing of the mysterious force's appearance, their deal should be directly related to the change in attitude of Tomahawk and other mafia groups. It seems that they are targeting our Black Hand Alliance, but I don't know what. There's no need to think about it. I probably know who is behind it. Just as Ishin was trying to analyze who was behind the scenes, Ryudo sneered slightly, just like Conan, who had just discovered the truth of the matter. If it was in the original world, Ryudo wouldn't be able to guess who was behind it, but in the world of Red Album 2, no one survives. A group of people happened to be trying to make the ultimate weapon that could destroy the world. And that group of people was Heavenly Eye Group. That's right, it was the Heavenly Eye Group. Who else could it be? The Heavenly Eye Group was originally an international-level arms dealer. Their technology tree in weapon manufacturing had already reached a quite exaggerated level. As long as there were suitable materials, it wasn't difficult to make nuclear weapons. This was especially true for the entry-level nuclear weapon, the atomic bomb. That was something that could be created decades ago. Therefore, for most forces, the most troublesome part of creating a nuclear weapon was to obtain the materials and resist the pressure, not the creation itself. Because of the existence of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, any force that wanted to make nuclear weapons would be sanctioned by international gangsters. In addition, the materials were hard to find, so there were very few forces that had nuclear weapons. It didn't mean that nuclear weapons were difficult to make. But would a woman like I am care about this? What a joke. At the end of the original storyline, Youngji used all the resources of the corporation to create a large hydrogen bomb called the Sixth Demon's Wrath. As long as it was detonated, it would cause the entire island to explode, causing the Earth's crust to change, earthquakes, and tsunamis to follow one after another. In the end, the entire country would be finished. At that time, many players were wondering where IAM got so many nuclear materials. Now it seemed that Ryudo had accidentally found the answer. So that's how it is. It seems that the nuclear materials of the Heavenly Eye Group were obtained from the Hairy Bear Mafia? Then the person who came to communicate and purchase should be him. He seems to be a hairy bear too. Thinking of this, Ryudo couldn't help but think of a weirdo with a muscular body who wore a windbreaker no matter how hot the weather was. The head of the Heavenly Eye Group's weapons department, Nikolai. In the original work, Nikolai was a hairy bear. It was said that he used to be a KGB agent serving the Soviet Union. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he accidentally met Iam and was taken in by her, becoming the core force of this group. Such an old agent who was born in Moscow and had a wide range of contacts in many fields, plus the exaggerated background and wealth of the Heavenly Eye Group, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach an agreement with the mafia like Tomahawk. In that case, the main opponent this time wasn't just Tomahawk, but also the weapons department behind them. Ryudo had a deep impression of the weapons department that was mainly responsible for the development and use of weapons in the original work. How to describe it? If the pharmacy department was a group of monster doctors led by Yomi who developed superhuman potions like Hell Butterfly, then the weapons department was a group of monster designers led by Nikolai who developed all kinds of strange and highly destructive weapons. For example, the bullet absorption device that Ryudo was tricked by Iam in the unrestrained Sky Tower was the work of the weapons department. It was easy to imagine how powerful the technology of these guys was. It was completely beyond the level of half an era. If he wanted to fight with them in Moscow, Ryudo, Ishin, and a few other members wouldn't be enough. So after Ryudo reacted, he quickly dialed Gao Yuan's number. Hello? Boss? What's the matter? Gao Yuan immediately mobilized the Dragon Fong to Moscow. They must arrive by tomorrow. No matter what mission they are on, temporarily stop. There's something important to deal with. Understood. I'll do it right away. Although Ryudo didn't make it very clear, Gao Yuan immediately nodded and agreed. After all, in Gao Yuan's understanding, if the boss did this, he must have his reasons. He should do what he should do and not ask what he shouldn't ask. Chapter 281. Ryudo ordered Gao Yuan to arrange the most elite special force of the Black Hand Alliance, Dragon Teeth, to help. He then turned around and chatted with Ishin for a while. The cars that came to welcome Ryudo finally drove into a busy street and into the city of Moscow, the capital of the Northern Kingdom. Oh, so this is the street of Moscow? It looks quite unique. Looking at the streets of Moscow from the outside of the car, Ryudo couldn't help but feel that it was an eye-opener. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, but the sky in Moscow was still clear. After all, in a city in such a geographical location, it would only get dark after 8 or 9 o'clock, so it was still possible to enjoy the scenery at this time. The capital of the Northern Kingdom, Moscow, was a city with a mix of many classical architectural styles, such as Byzantine architecture, classical architecture, Baroque architecture, etc., but generally, it used highly contrasting red bricks, green tiles, and roof decorations to make the buildings bright. The streets were filled with hairy bear men, their mouths filled with the taste of vodka. The men were generally big, round, and had robust faces, while the women were very beautiful and fat. It made people sigh that although hairy bear men were beautiful, it was a pity that they were easy to gain weight. The streets were filled with authentic exotic buildings and numerous commercial shops. From time to time, 3 to 5 strong men could be seen drinking vodka in the cold wind of single-digit temperatures, perfectly displaying the valiant temperament of the city. As the car slowly moved forward, the group came to the place where Ryudo and Dunya were going to live, the Moscow Four Seasons Hotel, which was located directly across from the Kremlin. The Red Square area where the Kremlin was located had always been the historical, geographical, and religious center of Moscow, and the top destination for tourists. No matter the season, one could see the cobblestone ground, the majestic fortress, and the dreamy St. Basil's Church. Of course, the best Moscow Four Seasons Hotel in Moscow was located near the Red Square. It was a Moscow hotel that had been in business for nearly 100 years, so it was one of the best 5-star hotels. Then, the meeting with Yakov is set for tomorrow at noon. Please have a good rest here tonight. I won't disturb you. After sending Ryudo and Dunya to the door of the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor of the Four Seasons Hotel, Ixin bowed slightly and left, leaving only a few members of the Big Dipper Alliance to guard the door. Phew, I'm really tired. Don't you think so? After returning to the room, Ryudo unconsciously lay down on the large double bed, as if he couldn't wait to lie down and sleep until tomorrow. Originally, Ryudo thought that this trip to Moscow was just a simple fight with Mao Xiong. Who would have thought that it would involve the manufacturing process of the 6th Demon's Wrath, a weapon that could destroy a country? As for Iam's plan to use nuclear weapons to wipe out Japan, Ryudo originally didn't want to interfere. However, his entire family was in Yodo, and his 3 harem and the 3 major forces behind them were also in Yodo. He couldn't just ignore it. If Iam really did use a hydrogen bomb, Ryudo could take Colored Glaze, Yunyan, Dunya, and Rue Hui and escape, but he couldn't take everyone from the Rulon Group and the Black Hand Alliance with him. At least before the threat of nuclear weapons was confirmed, even with Ryudo's identity and status, it was impossible for everyone around him to escape to another country. After all, it was hard to believe that a major force was preparing to create a nuclear weapon to wipe out Japan. Unless Iam really used the 6th Demon's Wrath, then others would believe Ryudo's words and escape with Ryudo. But no matter what, Ryudo and Iam were mortal enemies. If they could stop their mortal enemy from creating the 6th Demon's Wrath, it would be the best. That was why Ryudo transferred the elite members of the Rulong Security Company over. Although there were only 100 people in the special forces named Dragon Teeth, they were all transferred from the original Dragon Group and then sent to the Middle East battlefield to undergo more than half a year of thorough militarized special training to build the team. With the best coach, the toughest environment, and the best equipment, the Dragon Fang was created by combining these elements. Although it was slightly inferior to Yongji's Conquering the World in terms of combat ability, it was not too far behind. It could already be regarded as a first-class special force. However, the arrival of the Dragon Fang and the confrontation with the Tomahawk would be tomorrow. In order to prepare for tomorrow's chaos, Ryudo needed a good rest today. In addition, he woke up early in the morning and took more than 10 hours of plane and car travel, so he was already very tired. Obviously, Ryudo was not the only one who felt tired. Dunya, who was traveling with him, also looked a little pale. She walked to the bed listlessly and laid down on it. But after lying on the bed, Dunya realized that Ryudo was lying on the same bed as her. So she turned her head and said in a muffled voice, "Hey, go back to your own room. This is my bed. Go back to my own. Wait, I don't have a room here. Did that fellow Ixin only book one room?" Speaking of this, Ryudo realized that this luxurious presidential suite seemed to be only a double room. So he quickly went out to communicate with his subordinates outside and asked them to book another room for him. But a few minutes later, The subordinate hurried back and awkwardly said that the Four Seasons Hotel Moscow was full and there were no vacant rooms. If he wanted a room, he would have to change to another hotel. So troublesome. Forget it. I'll just squeeze with Dunia for one night. After returning to the room, Dunia had already taken off her shoes and socks, revealing a pair of petite and smooth jade feet. She was lying on the bed in a daze. Seeing Ryudo come back, she asked without turning her head, "Is the room ready?" "No, just squeeze with me tonight." "Squeeze? Are you kidding me? Who wants to sleep in the same room with you?" Suddenly, Dunia frowned and said in a very dissatisfied tone. But when he heard this, Ryudo's doubts in his heart became heavier. "Who wants to sleep in the same room with me? Is this something a human would say? Have you never slept with me before?" Although a few months have passed, Ryudo also believed that Dunia would not really forget that night when she was infected by the hell butterfly. Ryuto lay next to her and slept for a night. Why could she sleep in the same room with Ryudo a few months ago, but not now? With a puzzled expression, Ryudo climbed back onto the bed and asked, "Then you have to explain why you can't sleep in the same room with me. Who are you to me? Why can you sleep in the same room with me? Who am I to you? According to what your father said, we should be engaged, right? Then what's the problem with sleeping in the same room?" "Humph. It was you who said that you can't treat me as a woman, and now you have the nerve to say such words. How shameless." When she remembered what Ryudo said to her father, Dunia could not help but clench her teeth and cover her head with a pillow. "I can't treat her as a woman? Ah, so that's why. Did you hear what I said to Wu Hong?" Hearing this, Ryudo could not help but pat his head. Only now did he understand why Dunia was so strange for 2 consecutive days. Last night, when Ryudo was forced to marry by Wu Hong, he said, "I just can't treat her as a woman. You know, she has a good figure and a good temperament." These words should have been secretly heard by Dunia. How to put it, these words were mainly to express his desire to not marry Dunia so soon, but it did not mean that Ryudo did not like Dunia. Did Ryudo like Dunia? Of course, he liked her. But did Ryudo want to treat her as a woman? Not for the time being. After all, if he wanted to treat Dunia as a woman, then he would inevitably have a desire for her body. If Dunia was a carnivorous woman like Yunyan, or a smart person like Colored Glaze, then it would be fine. The problem was that Dunia really did not know anything. Until now, Dunia, who had just reached adulthood, did not know what strange things could happen when a man and woman were together. This innocence and ignorance was her weakness, but also her greatest strength. Because of this, Ryudo could feel relaxed when he was with Dunia. The two of them did not have any misgivings or barriers when interacting with each other, just like a pair of best friends of opposite sexes, not a pair of lovers. Next, they only needed to wait for 1 or 2 years. When Dunia grew a little older, her female consciousness would begin to awaken, and she would not be so ignorant. Then, the two of them would be able to move past the stage of best friends, and towards the realm of lovers or even husband and wife. This was the best and most natural process. In this way, Ryudo would not have to personally destroy Dunia's innocence in advance. It would feel like he was tarnishing her feelings. But what Ryudo did not expect was that his conversation with Wu Hong seemed to have accidentally awakened Dunia's female consciousness in advance. That conversation even gave her the illusion that she was a woman without charm, and that was why Ryudo did not want to marry her. After understanding the ins and outs of everything, Ryudo could only smile bitterly beside Dunia. He laughed and said, "My lady, so you were angry at me for 2 days because of this matter. You should have said so earlier. Let me die a quick death." "Humph, there's nothing to say. Anyway, even if you don't see me as a woman, I'm still a mature woman. A mature woman cannot sleep in the same room as you. So please?" Seeing that Dunia still had the attitude of, "Since you look down on me, then don't touch me," Ryudo decisively flipped over on the bed and pressed this mature woman under his body. After realizing that someone was on top of her, Dunia hurriedly threw away the pillow and shouted at Ryuto, who was using his hands to support himself on the bed. What are you doing? Didn't you say that you are a mature woman? Then you should know what kind of hospitality a mature woman would receive when she is with her fiancé, right? Speaking until here, Ryudo grinned and slowly leaned his head down. Chapter 282. The speed at which Long Do's head lowered was very, very slow. This allowed Dunia to clearly feel that the warm aura was approaching her. Moreover, if they continued to get close to each other, the result would be their lips being pressed together. Wait. This. Dunia didn't expect Ryudo to do this, so her little face suddenly turned red, and her body slightly trembled. But, damn it, don't look down on me. But in order to show her maturity as a mature woman, Dunia didn't turn away. Instead, she forced herself to pout and prepared to throw her first kiss. Chirp. But in the next moment, Ryudo's head slid up, and his lips kissed Dunia's forehead. When she realized that this guy kissed her forehead, Dunia's trembling finally stopped, as if she was suddenly relieved. Don't be stubborn. After feeling the girl's embarrassment, Ryudo turned over and lay down on the side and laughed. You're not ready at all. Among the three harem, Dunia was obviously the most afraid of this kind of thing, because she was ignorant about the relationship between men and women, and fear came from the unknown. But the other two women weren't like this. Colored Glaze took the initiative to force a kiss, and Yunyin took the initiative to seduce and ask for a kiss. In comparison, Dunia, who was trembling like a little rabbit about to be eaten by a big bad wolf, was indeed not ready. After realizing this point, Dunia was speechless, because she couldn't refute this point. This is also the reason why I don't plan to marry you so soon. As Ryudo said, he reached out and stroked Dunia's waterfall like silver hair, as if he was stroking this little bear's fur. In a relationship between a man and a woman, both sides must be ready. If you're not ready, and I force you, it will only cause you to be traumatized, and you won't be able to fully devote yourself to it in the future, understand? Unlike usual, Ryudo's tone was very serious, and obviously he wasn't teasing. Although Ryudo was a pervert who liked women, and even prepared to start a harem, he had always been the type of person who liked both sides, and he hated Torrens and forced people the most. If he couldn't make his woman be willing to be intimate with him, then even if he got her, it would be meaningless. Dunia was in such a situation. Hearing this, Dunia couldn't help but raise her head slightly, looked at Ryudo's serious expression that was different from usual, and asked, Then, what about Colored Glaze and Yunyin? Have you been intimate with them? About that, I have, but not completely. Ryudo didn't hide his relationship with Colored Glaze and Yunyin to Dunia. In the past few months, he often went out with the two, and it was normal for them to be intimate and hug each other. After all, this was a relationship that naturally happened when love was strong. However, this kind of intimacy stopped there, because Yunyin's father, Kyoji, had recently returned, and Yunyin had also returned to the Takaminari villa to stay with her family, so Ryudo didn't have the chance to go further with her. As for Colored Glaze, there was no need to mention it. Rue Hui had repeatedly warned him not to take Colored Glaze's virginity, so Ryudo didn't have the guts to make a move on her for the time being. So from the current situation, Ryudo, Colored Glaze, and Yunyin had only reached B and ABC, and the final C hadn't arrived yet. After listening to this explanation, Dunia was first stunned. Then a feeling of not wanting to admit defeat slowly rose in her heart. During this period, Dunia more or less developed a sense of competition for the two women, because she actually saw Ryudo being intimate with Yunyin and Colored Glaze. The scene where Ryudo and Yunyin were intimate was in school. At that time, it was still lunch break on the rooftop. Ryudo and Yunyin often ate there, and Dunia sometimes also wanted to join in the fun. Just a week ago, Dunia forgot to bring food, so she went to the welfare department to buy a bunch of bread and hurriedly ran to the rooftop. Who knew that when she opened the door, she would hear such a voice? Don't mess around. We're in school. What are you afraid of? No one will come here. Hee, I think so. Hearing the two's conversation, Dunia quietly slipped to the door and opened it a crack, widening her eyes to look inside, and saw the extremely shocking scene. Ryudo and Yunyin were hugging and kissing by the wall, That action was really too shameless, at least in Dunia's eyes. The two old foxes made out with each other for a full 5 minutes before letting go. Dunia, who was hiding behind the door, blushed. After all, this was the first time she had seen such a thrilling reality show. So, they would do this kind of thing in private? But when she thought of Yunyan's mature behavior and age of graduation, Dunia comforted herself by thinking, it's okay, Yunyan is special, as long as it's not with colored glaze. But who knew? A few days later, Dunia saw Ryudo and Colored Glaze being sweet in the Rulong Group headquarters. It was a green bamboo forest. That day, school was on holiday, so Dunia came to look for Ryudo to play, but she didn't expect that someone was already one step ahead of her. Miss Colored Glaze, it's been hard for you to manage the Black Hand Alliance. You just found out? My shoulders are sore now. Massage them properly, okay? Under the gaze of Dunia, who was hiding in the dark, Colored Glaze sat under the shade of the bamboo forest and let someone massage her shoulders. But as they pressed against each other, they somehow ended up kissing each other. They kissed for a full 5 minutes before letting go. If Yunyan and Ryudo had such intimate actions, it would be fine, but Colored Glaze was also here, and she didn't feel any more distant than Yunyan. Seeing the two of them hugging and whispering after kissing, Dunia, who was secretly watching from afar, felt her eyes burning. She felt that there was a patch of lush green above her head, just like the Hulunber Plains. Speaking of which, Dunia definitely liked Ryudo. But just as Ryudo thought, she could accept playing around with Ryudo and even sleeping together, but she couldn't accept such intimate actions. But after seeing Yunyan and Lioli open a new door one after another, Dunia felt like she was a pitiful creature who had been thrown outside the door. She could only watch the three of them being intimate with each other. That feeling was terrible. As the saying goes, don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. She was already holding back her anger after seeing Ryudo being intimate with Yunyan and Colored Glaze. Then, Ryudo said those words that seemed to be mocking her for not being feminine, so it was no wonder that Dunia was so angry. So she reached out and grabbed Ryudo's collar and asked seriously, let me ask you a question. Am I really not feminine? It's okay, as long as you're lowly. Lowly? What the hell is lowly? The moment she heard this, Dunia couldn't help but explode. That's the feeling. But Ryudo smiled and pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, it doesn't matter whether you're feminine or not. What's important is that you're very cute, very pure, and very straightforward. This is your unique taste, and I like you very much. You don't have to compare other things with Yunyan and Colored Glaze. I'm cute, very pure, very straightforward. After being held in the arms of this man and being caressed on the back, and hearing these obviously great compliments, Dunia's face suddenly turned red, and her slightly stiff body also became soft. It had to be said that although Ryudo's nerves were thick, with his current high IQ, it wasn't difficult for him to coax a mere Dunia. After a few words of coaxing and a hug, the girl's little face that had been pulled down suddenly relaxed, and her temperament gradually changed back to that of a cute and lively little lowly. But even so, she still raised her head and asked, do you really think that I'm good like this? Of course it's good. This little face is so cute. But I want to be better. I don't want to lose to Colored Glaze and Yunyan. I want to be the best in your heart. Perhaps it was because she was in her hometown, or perhaps it was because of the change in her mentality. Dunia unconsciously spoke her mind. Which girl didn't want to be the best in their lover's heart? Although Colored Glaze, Yunyan, and Dunia had basically accepted the situation of the three women coexisting, they naturally had their own little plans in their hearts, and they all hoped that Ryudo would favor only one of them. Although she hadn't officially become Ryudo's lover, Dunia still had such thoughts, so she had been troubled over how to let Ryudo feel her personal charm. Is that so? That's really great. Ryudo heard this and revealed a happy smile, then asked, then what does the lovely Dunia plan to do? Ryudo was actually just casually asking, who knew that Dunia directly got up from the bed, put on her shoes and socks, and took out a small package from the suitcase. Let's go, let's go. After taking out the small package, Dunia pulled Ryudo up from the bed and walked straight to the door. Go, go? Where are we going? To a place where I can show my personal charm. A place where you can show your personal charm. The zoo? You're looking for death. Don't you know how to talk? What the hell is a zoo? Puff. Suddenly, Dunia couldn't help but punch Ryudo's stomach, and he almost spat out the Russian-style cream bun he just ate. However, although he was beaten, Ryudo's mood was still very good, because the awkward Dunia from before was gone, and the cute, headless silver bear was back. In this way, although he didn't know where Dunia was taking him, Ryudo smiled and followed behind, wanting to see what kind of surprise this girl was going to bring him. Chapter 283. Dunia dragged Zhang Ziyan to a restaurant for dinner. It was already nighttime. As night fell, the two of them walked on the streets of Moscow. Not long after, a majestic building appeared in front of them. Anyone who lived in Moscow knew that this was the Moscow Lavsky Music Theater, built during the pre-Soviet period. It was one of the most famous theaters in Moscow. The Moscow Lavsky Ballet Troupe, which resided in this theater, was one of the top ballet troupes in the Northern Kingdom and even the world. Ever since their chief dancer, Overa Kaldis, retired more than 10 years ago, the ballet company's reputation was not as enthusiastic as before. However, it was still full of people every time it performed. It was known as the representative of the highest level of ballet in Moscow. It was now past 9 o'clock. Since there were no performances scheduled in the theater today, there were few lights in the theater. There were not many pedestrians nearby, so it seemed empty and quiet. From the outside, the Lavsky Theater was a typical Baroque architecture. The pink brick walls and the decorative columns set off each other. On the one hand, one could strongly feel the traditional historical traces and rich cultural heritage. At the same time, the overly complicated texture and decoration were abandoned, and the unnecessary cumbersome lines were simplified. In the courtyard outside the theater, there were recently posted promotional posters for the performance. In the posters, handsome men and beautiful women in beautiful ballet costumes were posing in various elegant postures. It was as if one would be immersed in the wonderful performance at a glance. After arriving at the entrance of the theater, Dunia tilted her head at Ryuto. She did not walk to the gate guarded by the guards. Instead, she went to a corner not far away, grabbed a water pipe, and threw herself nearly 5 meters up. From a third person's point of view, Dunia's move just now was like flying. She flew lightly to the balcony on the second floor, grabbed the railing, and flipped up. Almost in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the rooftop of the third floor. Ever since she was poisoned by the hell butterfly a few months ago and gained a level 5 superhuman physique, Dunia's skills had been rapidly developing in a direction that was unlike that of a human. She had even tried to climb the 200-meter-high Tokyo Emperor Hotel with her bare hands. With only 2 fingers, she could support her body weight of nearly 150 kilograms, as if she was a young Spider-Man who moved the wall at a right angle as if it were flat ground. Seeing Dunia suddenly jumping over the wall, Ryudo also jumped over the wall and entered the theater from the top of the third floor. Was this the place Dunia wanted to bring me to? She seemed familiar with this place. While Dunia moved forward with familiarity, Ryuto, who was following behind, curiously observed the scene inside the theater. On the other hand, he was curious about Dunia's goal. The interior color scheme of this Moscow Lavsky Music Theater was Mediterranean-style blue and white. It looked very fresh and comfortable, making people feel as if they were rippling in a wonderful art sea. Soon, the two quietly came to the theater's main stage, which was the most important area of the theater. Because today was a closed day, there was no one on the main stage, and the lights were not turned on. Dunia, on the other hand, went to the main stage and turned on the lights, letting the spotlights above illuminate the dark world. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is so beautiful. When the lights were turned on, Ryudo couldn't help but show a surprised expression, because this was the first time he saw such a beautiful theater. The main stage of Moscow Lavsky Music Theater could only be considered medium-sized in terms of scale. There were hundreds of chairs on the first floor and the second floor, respectively. The chairs were arranged in a semicircle around the stage, looking like a huge fish pond. Compared to the simple and elegant main color scheme, the huge stage curtain was extremely luxurious. The luxurious dark gold color and the theater's royal blue color were mixed together, presenting an impressive stage view. Wait here for a while, I'll be right there. After putting Ryuto in the empty first row of the auditorium, Dunia took her small bag and walked to the small side door next to the stage. That was where the actors went on stage. Naturally, there was no one inside the actors' lounge. Actors' lounge? No way. Is Dunia going to dance for me? Lin Sanju thought. Looking at the girl taking a small bag and walking over there, Ryuto couldn't help but think of Dunia's background. Her mother, Olivia Caldas, was a world-famous ballet artist. Logically, Dunia should be a girl with artistic genes. But he didn't know if it was because Wu Hong's fighting genes were too strong. Although Dunia inherited her mother's beauty, she had almost no artistic achievements. The ballet that her mother was proud of also had not been performed for a long time. So does Dunia still know how to dance? He didn't know. At least in the original Red Album 2. No one survived. She didn't dance in front of the player. But now that Dunia deliberately brought Ryuto back to the place where her mother became famous, it seemed like she wanted to prove something to Ryuto. In this kind of curious and excited waiting, it didn't take long before a particularly eye-catching figure under the stage lights finally appeared in front of Ryuto. Oh, this is... When he saw Dunia, who purposely changed into a ballet dress, Ryuto almost exclaimed because she looked so beautiful right now. The tight-fitting ice blue ballet dress perfectly depicted the beautiful and slender figure of a 16-year-old girl. The short skirt that was as thin as a cicada's wings when moving was graceful and light like a blooming flower. Together with the white silk pants and pointed shoes that highlighted her slender legs, it was even more beautiful. At this time, the girl standing in the middle of the stage elegantly raised her neck slightly, like a swan proudly swearing an oath. Her silver silk-like shiny hair was tied into a mature ponytail behind her back. Then the girl stretched her arms, tiptoed, and before Ryuto could react, she had already started dancing. There was only the girl on the huge and empty stage, and there was no music or dance accompaniment. She just moved her graceful body according to the rhythm in her heart, like a silver-white butterfly fluttering in the air, or like a leaf swaying in the air. Of course, Dunia knew how to dance. How could she not know how to dance? She was the daughter of Elvira Caldas, the continuation of the life of a lady who deeply engraved art and elegance into her bones. She was born to be a dancer. So light. Her body was so light, as if she could do anything easily. Although Dunia hadn't danced for a long time, her exaggerated physical fitness brought about strong control that perfectly covered up her unfamiliarity. She was dancing in the middle of the dance floor. Her beautiful dance was graceful and gentle. Her body was as light as the wind, and her posture was wonderful beyond compare. Her agile toes danced elegantly in the air, as if time and space were blurred, making the theater return to the time when the Princess of the North was still present. If there were old audiences who had seen Elvira's dance in the past, when they saw the situation on the stage, they would definitely be shocked to the point of tears. Not only did the girl have a graceful dance, but her dance skills were still moving even though she wasn't skilled. Her temperament was comparable to that of an angel, and it almost perfectly restored Elvira's posture. She lightly tapped her toes, and her slender feet drew an arc on the floor, as if there were layers of ripples in the water. Then, she raised her hands high above her head, slightly closed, and twirled her fingers, like a budding flower that was slowly blooming. Finally, the girl tapped her feet and stood upright, taking small steps, and suddenly jumped. Through a high jump of 720 degrees, she displayed the beauty of the flowing lines in the circle to her heart's content. After this high jump, the girl's speed became faster and faster, and her movements became more and more intense. It even gradually went beyond the category of dance and evolved into martial arts. Every time her slender feet touched the ground, it would create a strong wind, as if it was going to sweep a ditch on the ground. When her slender waist and arms stretched back gracefully, it was as if the air on the stage was about to disperse. Even so, it still wasn't martial arts, because if these movements were called martial arts, it would be too elegant, and people would unknowingly be intoxicated by it. In this world, where would there be a martial arts that people couldn't take their eyes off, as if their hearts were spinning along with it? But in this world, where would there be such a dance that was full of power and speed, as if it could shatter the dance floor in the next moment? Movement and stillness, elegance and wildness, harmony and violence. These completely opposite essences, as Dunia's body continued to dance in the middle of the stage, and people could feel the strange beauty of countless contradictions colliding and merging together. This was a ballet, and it wasn't a ballet. This was a martial arts performance, and it wasn't a martial arts performance. This was a performance, and it wasn't a performance. This was a duel, and it wasn't a duel. What was this? Dunia herself didn't know. But this was her. This was the daughter of the princess of the Northern Kingdom and the warrior of the Far East, showing her most beautiful, most authentic, and most charming self in front of the man she cared about the most. Too beautiful. When Dunia finished her dance and walked towards the audience, Ryuto was still immersed in her beautiful figure and elegant temperament, especially compared to the careless and boorish Dunia, who was usually careless and rude. Right now, her body was exuding a strange beauty with a strong contrast. It was the perfect embodiment of a young girl's soul-stirring charm. How is it? Now, do I have the charm of a woman? After coming to Ryuto's side, Dunia shook her sweat-stained hair and asked in a confident tone. Yes. Too many. Seeing Dunia like this, for the first time, Ryuto had the urge to hug her tightly, kiss her, and completely dominate this little princess. And in the next second, he did just that. Chapter 284. Before Dunia could react, a large hand had already wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her body into his embrace. In the next second, the girl's body, which was wrapped in a tight dance dress, was pressed against Ryuto's body. Their cheeks were also very close. The stage's spotlight almost couldn't shine on the audience, so Ryuto and Dunia were in a slightly dim space. After pulling Dunia closer, Ryuto held her slender waist with one hand and placed the other hand on her beautiful back. A beautiful and charming back must be snow-white and well-proportioned. The back of Dunia's ballet dress was half hollowed out, through which one could feel the beautiful and smooth texture of her back. For the first time, Ryuto felt such a strong charm from the girl's body. After her unique outfit and the special dance just now, Dunia seemed to have sublimated, becoming the most fascinating combination of angel and demon under the spotlight. Especially at such a close distance, her beautiful and sweet face was flawless, pure to the point that it didn't contain any impurities. Her skin was as white as snow, and her plump and delicate little mouth was slightly open, emitting an alluring aura. This beautiful scene really made Ryuto's blood boil. He didn't care that they were still in the theater, but he couldn't help but lean down and kiss Dunia's soft and smooth cherry lips. With this kiss, Dunia's eyes suddenly widened, but there wasn't much surprise in her eyes. Instead, there was a strange mixture of excitement and accomplishment. Humph. Very good, just like that. You bastard, didn't you say I wasn't charming? How about now? You still took the initiative to kiss me. But this feeling is pretty good. Perhaps it was because of the experience on the stage where her mother performed. Dunia's mentality was completely different, and she was a lot calmer when facing Ryuto's kiss. Then she closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and focused her attention on where their bodies touched. For Dunia, this was the first time she had experienced such a wonderful feeling. She immediately felt her body heat up, and her mind buzzed. It was as if her body was gradually floating up into the clouds, weightless and weightless. After training with Yunyin and color glaze for so long, Ryuto's experience in kissing was quite rich, and it was easy for him to get Dunia, who was a newbie, into the zone. As the two kissed, the girl couldn't help but start to respond, and her soft and delicate body also began to twist restlessly in his arms. After kissing for a while, Ryuto noticed that his hands had unknowingly become a little restless, so he quickly pushed Dunia's body away, and then said apologetically, "I'm sorry. It seems a little too much." For Dunia, who was not very proficient in kissing, kissing might be the limit of her endurance, and it might be a little too early for other things. However, what Ryudo didn't expect was that after being pushed away, Dunia leaned over again and chuckled in his ear. "Why do you think it's too much? Aren't we engaged? You should continue to treat me with hospitality, my dear." If Ryudo remembered correctly, these were the words he said on the bed in the luxurious suite of the Four Seasons Hotel in Moscow not long ago. At that time, Dunia was trembling when she heard these words. She was scared like a little mouse caught by a cat. But now she took the initiative to say these words in Ryudo's ear, and she even looked forward to it. Ryudo naturally knew the deeper meaning contained in these words. This, could it be? Could it be? When he thought of the meaning of hospitality, Ryudo couldn't help but feel a little thirsty. But he still said with a wry smile, "Why? Don't tell me you want more." "Can't I? The feeling just now was really good. So it's normal for me to want to experience more." "Experience more? You can't just say that." "I'm not saying that." "The next thing, how about we go back to the room? Or do you prefer here?" "I'm fine with anything." Perhaps because this was her hometown, the land of Moscow where the people were tough, Dunia couldn't help but become bold tonight, and she drove the car on the highway. F***CK. Although Ryudo was not a hungry ghost, in this kind of environment, he couldn't help but feel a strong emotion in his heart. So he immediately put his arm around Dunia's legs, which were wrapped in white silk stockings, and carried the girl in his arms, running out of the Moscow Lavsky Music Theater as fast as he could. Speaking of which, this music theater was actually not far from the hotel where they lived. Ryudo carried Dunia and rushed to the third-floor rooftop like lightning, and then directly jumped down from the third floor without looking. He stepped on the billboard on the street and landed lightly. Under his rapid run, it didn't take long for the two to return to the door of the luxurious suite where they lived. After sending away the several guards here, Ryudo, before entering the door, gasped and asked the girl in her ear, "If you go in now, there's no turning back. Are you sure you want to do this?" Puff. Don't be like an old woman. Are you a man? Suddenly, Dunia, who was leaning on Ryudo, didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as if she was amused by his nagging. "Am I a man?" Hearing this, Ryudo couldn't stand it anymore. After all, this was a matter of dignity, and there was no room for doubt. So he said fiercely in Dunia's ear, "Whether I am a man or not, you will know in a while." Oh, I'm so scared, hee. Hey, there is really someone who is not afraid of death. After hearing the bell-like laughter, Ryudo immediately opened the door with the keycard and rushed inside with the girl in his arms. Dong. As the door was quickly closed from the inside, the thick and heavy door seemed to separate the inside and outside of the room into two worlds. The outside world continued with the noise and chaos of the Moscow night. In the cold winter air, the smell of vodka mixed with ice and snow drifted as usual, and in the small world in the room, it exuded the gorgeous feeling of spring and the hot atmosphere of summer. 3,000 words are omitted. Early the next morning, a crimson light began to penetrate the clouds. Light appeared on the edge of the clouds, and the cold morning breeze of Moscow blew through the streets, representing the arrival of a new day. For Longdo, this morning was different from all the other mornings in the past. This was because when he opened his eyes, what he saw was not the familiar ceiling, but beautiful silvery hair. Yes, is it Dunia? Ryudo looked down and saw the girl in his arms was still sleeping. Her small head was resting on Ryudo's shoulder, and her rose-like lips seemed to be a bit swollen. Red marks could be seen on her swan-like slender neck, and her messy silver hair was scattered on the delicate velvet quilt. She looked really miserable. But in the end, this hospitality was requested by Dunia, and she also enjoyed it, so there was nothing to be pitiful about. Speaking of which, she was really strong last night. She actually, admirable. Thinking about the specific scene of the battle, Ryudo couldn't help but nod. But at this time, Dunia next to him also closed her eyes cutely, and then slowly woke up. You woke up? After discovering that his adorable little princess had woken up, Long Do smiled and lowered his head to give her a light kiss on her forehead. This action was very doting. I don't know why, but when I see your face early in the morning, I feel like punching someone. After waking up, the first thing Dunia did was to reach out and pinch Ryudo's face. Then, she crawled out of the quilt and faced the morning sun to stretch. While Ryudo teased, "Why do you feel like punching someone? Didn't you like me last night?" "Bah, shameless. Go to the side and stay there." Dong Nia couldn't help but make a face at Long Do, who was still pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of her. Then, she quickly washed up and changed her clothes. She sat in front of the dressing table and combed her messy silver hair. This hair is really messy. Because she didn't take care of it before going to bed last night, Dunia's hair was already tangled into a mess, making it difficult for her to comb it. But just when she was feeling annoyed, a pair of big hands deftly took the comb from behind and gently combed the girl's hair. You really know how to express yourself at the right time. When she sat in front of the mirror and looked at Ryudo combing her hair with the silver comb, Dunia suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "There's nothing to express. I'm just combing my fiancé's hair. Isn't this a very normal thing?" Long Do couldn't help but slowly stroke her hair as he felt the soft and cold sensation of a silver waterfall on his hand. "TSK, sly guy. What did you say?" I said, "You always like to make people's heart beat faster. You're too sly." Just when Dunia was enjoying her lover's morning makeup, she suddenly saw her flat stomach in the mirror, and her face suddenly turned red. Wait, I suddenly thought of a question. What question? Yesterday we did that. Will I get pregnant? Of course it's possible, but it's okay. I'll take responsibility. After hearing Dunia's words, Ryudo smiled and patted her little head. Chapter 285. Because both of them were in a hurry last night, and because they didn't have any experience, they didn't even think about taking precautions. They stepped on the gas pedal as soon as they got on the highway. They only remembered the fear when they woke up the next morning. However, compared to the blushing Dunia, Ryudo was obviously much calmer when talking about this issue. After all, the two were engaged. Whether Dunia was pregnant or not, Ryudo would marry her in a year or two, so it wasn't a big problem whether her belly was bloated or not. Of course, if Dunia came back with a bloated belly after going to Moscow with Ryudo, he would probably be scolded, beaten, by Colored Glaze and Yunyan. But that was Ryudo's own business. It had nothing to do with Dunia. After expressing his promise again, Long Do picked up a beautiful ribbon and tied Dunia's hair into a ponytail, which was a ponytail that a young girl usually did not tie. What's this hairstyle? Why did you make it look like this? Dunia looked at herself in the mirror. It was obviously different from her usual twin ponytails. It looked more intellectual and more mature. Dunia asked curiously, "This is the standard wife hairstyle. You have now added the wife attribute, so you can wear this hairstyle. Is this guy crazy? What the hell is the wife attribute?" After a sigh, Dunia slowly stood up from the dressing chair, then turned her head and said with a smile, "What do you think? Do I look good?" After dressing up neatly and changing into a married woman's style, Dunia really looked like a woman full of charm, as if she had matured a lot all of a sudden. However, this was just a matter of dressing and temperament. Her face was still that of a lowly, and her body was still that of a lowly. Therefore, this strong sense of wife X lowly wrapped around her body was really a feeling that made people want to explode. Yes, my fiancée is the prettiest. Looking at Dunia, who suddenly had the temperament of a wife, Ryudo couldn't help but hug her in his arms again. The two who just tasted the forbidden fruit were in the sweetest moment, so they stayed in the room for a while before going out to eat. There was the best restaurant in the Moscow Four Seasons Hotel. Even if it was just a buffet breakfast, every meal was delicious and couldn't be picky. By the way, you are going to meet the new owner of Tomahawk. Yeah, what is it? During the meal, Dunia stuffed a delicious fruit pancake with cream in her mouth and asked Ryudo, who was sitting across from her, After leaving the stage, Dunia returned to her previous carefree attitude, but if one looked carefully, it wouldn't be difficult to notice that the girl's eyes and posture had a strong sense of confidence. She was confident. For the current Dunia, she was full of confidence, and she was in a completely new state. Not only was she mature because she stepped onto a new level, but she also felt a sense of accomplishment because she won against two of her main competitors. First place. After last night, Dunia took the gold medal of the Ryudo tournament and became Ryudo's first woman. Or she thought she was the first woman. Hee. Kenzaki colored glaze, Suki Yunyin. From now on, you can only use things that I have used before. I really want to see what kind of reaction you will have after you find out. In this state, Dunia felt like she was awesome. Her attitude was so confident that it was surprising. It was as if she was a high and mighty queen of Versailles sitting on the throne. Yakov, we'll have to discuss with him later. Longdo nodded when he heard that. Although he had a good night last night, Ryudo didn't forget what he came to Moscow for. In a few hours, he had to go to the Tomahawk headquarters to talk with the new leader, Yakov, about the organization's exorbitant demand for the Big Dipper Alliance. Looking at Dunia, who was stuffing her fifth plate of pancakes into her mouth, Ryudo smiled. What, do you want to come? Nonsense. Let me be your bodyguard. I guarantee that no one will be able to hurt you. Hearing this, Dunia showed a joyful smile. Then she tightened her grip on the fork, and the thick steel fork was twisted into an indescribable strange shape. The hard steel was like plasticine in Dunia's hands. After all, this young lady had level 5 constitution and was one of the top monsters in the world. Her strength was even comparable to Ryudo when he was in the Tao realm. Because he knew how terrifying Dunia's strength was, Ryudo didn't stop her from going with him. However, before going to the Tomahawk headquarters, he had to give Dunia some equipment. Although Dunia's physical strength was almost at the limit of a human, she could still be injured by some firearms, such as submachine guns or bombs. Therefore, after the two finished their meal and returned to the room, Ryudo began to act like Doryman. He took out a bunch of special equipment and handed it to Dunia to change into. The first thing Ryudo took out was a seemingly light rubber jumpsuit. However, when she held it in her hand, she could feel its weight. The jumpsuit looked a bit like a special jumpsuit, but instead of rubber, it was made with some kind of opaque gel. It looked a bit strange. The moment she saw the jumpsuit, Dunia was stunned. After a while, she asked strangely, You want me to wear this? Is this some kind of special interest? Well, what are you thinking? After reaching out and patting Dunia's head, Ryudo smiled and hung the strange jumpsuit on the bedspread. Then, he reached out with his right hand and a special Bauer heavy assault rifle appeared in his hand. This assault rifle was a big gift from Kaiyong to Ryudo. It was one of the most powerful assault rifles in the world. It used a large caliber 9mm armor-piercing tungsten core bullet, which could directly blast through walls. Its power was not on the same level as a normal rifle. Look carefully. In front of Dunia, Ryudo directly shot at the strange gel jumpsuit hanging on the bedspread. Bang! After the shot, the jumpsuit along with the bedspread was blown away by the huge impact. However, when Ryudo went over to pick it up, he found that the jumpsuit was almost undamaged. Only there was a small white dot on it. It was directly hit by a large caliber armor-piercing bullet, but it did not penetrate. This level of protection was completely unlike the bulletproof vests of this era. Of course, in reality, this thing was not a technology that should exist in this era. It was a special equipment that Ryudo bought from the market, Rogue Gel Bulletproof Vest. The price of this bulletproof vest was as high as 100 million yuan. It was one of the more expensive items among the Rogue equipment. However, there was an advantage to being expensive, which was that this thing was very useful. According to the product description, this liquid bulletproof vest was made of sheer thickening gel. It contained special particles that could freely float. When the gel was disturbed by bullets, these special particles would collide and form a strong resistance against the disturbance. According to Ryudo's test, this gel bulletproof vest resistance to bullets was about 5 times stronger than steel. Although it weighed 20 to 30 pounds, it would not hinder movement. It was just right for people like Dunia to wear. With Dunia's LV5 physical ability, a few dozen pounds of weight was nothing. However, after wearing this thing, she could almost ignore most firearms attacks. Unless someone directly shot at her unprotected face, they could not hurt her at all. However, with Dunia's current strength, it was easier said than done if someone wanted to hit her face with a gun. This young lady was not a target. Oh, so that's how it is. This is good. After listening to Ryuto's explanation, Dunia excitedly put on the liquid bulletproof vest. Watching a beauty undress and put on her clothes was originally a pleasure. Ryuto smiled as he watched Dunia put on the bulletproof vest. Then, he continued to take out a few other special items. This time, Ryuto gave Dunia a total of 3 items. In addition to the liquid bulletproof vest, there was a pair of special Rogue pressurized gloves and Rogue turbine shoes. The gloves could greatly increase the impact of an attack and protect the hand joints from damage. Ryuto tested it before. When wearing the gloves, he could knock over a car with one punch. On the other hand, the pair of turbine shoes that looked like ordinary sports shoes could greatly increase one's speed and jumping ability. When used at full strength, one could jump from the first floor to the 3rd floor. These 2 items were originally for Ryuto's own use. Anyway, he didn't like to use his fists recently. Instead, he was obsessed with the pleasure of using various firearms. So, he simply gave these items to Dunia as a reward for her efforts last night. At this time, Dunia, who wore the Rogue Gel bulletproof vest, Rogue pressurized gloves, and Rogue turbine shoes, her physical ability had far exceeded the scope of human beings. She could be described as an invincible Iron Man. What about you? Don't you need to equip anything? After putting on these special items, Dunia looked at Ryuto, who had a happy expression, and asked with a somewhat curious tone. After all, they might be fighting with Tomahawk in a while. If Ryuto, the protagonist, didn't prepare enough, wouldn't it be easy for something to happen? This was not what Dunia wanted. Actually, I have a lot of equipment. It's just that you can't see it. When he heard this sentence, Ryuto smiled slightly, then smiled and opened the personal page that only he could see. After a few months, now the data on Ryuto's personal page was comparable to a god. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.